Happy Wednesday. Captain Coder here. We're back. Working on our RPG. I was working on my project write-up. I was working on my project write-up. That's what all this is. It's taking like my prototype and translating it to good code. So I always end up writing these things like 3 times by the end of the by the time I'm actually done, I've written this code 3 or 4 times. It's a lot. It's a lot. Hang on, ooh, that's gross. Let's get my work. I should have gotten this all set up before I turned on my switch to desktop view. Everyone gotta go see ooh, there's a nasty picture. I apologize. Sorry, I should have had a jump scare warning. But yeah, I've been putting together this project, Adventure Quest. Good luck with the good code. Well, I'm trying to make it okay. All right, let me take that back. Dota, you're absolutely right. You know, usually your opinion will be it's bad code after a couple of years. Like, take it back. I'm trying to make code that is as reasonable as possible for the context. But yeah, there's always one of the crazy things about programming. Maybe not even crazy, one of the cool things, one of my favorite parts about programming is that you have multiple ways to accomplish sort of the same thing. There's something really fun and satisfying about that, but there's also something very like horrifying about that. Because, you know, there's not a, one way. In many cases, there is a correct way. And in many cases, there's multiple correct ways. It just depends on like, what are you trying to accomplish? My project sits already open. Here we go. Where is it? Come on. Oh, it's loading. Unity is one of the slowest, or maybe not. It always just feels slow because it's massive. Yeah, humans. The human element of code that an imperfect human wrote it. It's always there. You saying that reminds me of I'm a big old Star Trek nerd. I'm not a Trekker, but I'm a Star Trek nerd. I love Star Trek. You saying that an imperfect human wrote that, it just made me think of Star Trek First Contact. The Borg Queen says like, an imperfect statement by an imperfect being. She's talking to Picard about how he's imperfect, or maybe Data. How the Borg's whole goal is to achieve perfection. All right, here we are. Projects opened up here. This is what we were working on last time. We got the character creator scene up and running. It's not perfect. And then we sort of got sidetracked on serialization. We want to be able to save the character, right? So we want to be able to save this data. And I wasn't really sure how to do this. I'm still not entirely sure what the best way to do it is. But I spent some time off camera. I was too frustrated with it yesterday. I couldn't help but spend some time off camera figuring it out. Just serializing, just taking the data that I have and turning it into something that can be like turning into JSON essentially. I couldn't figure out how to do that in an easy way. My dad over on YouTube, happy hump day. Yeah, happy Wednesday, Dad. I hope you're doing well this morning. It's always nice to see you pop in, even if it's just for a second. So my goal, Dota, there's a couple goals, so I need to figure out exactly what I'm doing. I'm probably gonna end up with an interface called like an I database or something. I don't know exactly what it's gonna look like, but we're gonna write the data to various locations depending on what platform you design it for. Depending on the iRepository. I like that. Anyway, there's gonna be some interface that controls how we save our game state, because I want this to be something that students can compile to a WebGL project, and there's no file system in WebGL. It actually saves. No, you didn't. It's all about naming though. I'm not sure if repository is the best name for it or not. But when students develop for like a desktop version of the application, the file system and how you interact with that file system is different than if you develop a web application. Because in a web application, are you writing into the user's like local cache? What are you doing with it? And so I think, and I was going, this is going to be really hard because a lot of these students are not brand new programmers, but they've been programming for like 16 weeks, right? So they have the basics down. They have the basics, but now we're introducing all these crazy topics. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it I'm not even gonna do a database. I think I'm just gonna make it so that you generate a password file. So it actually has like a file that like it's just gonna have a code. It's gonna serialize and then maybe compress it, I'm not sure, but serialize and then turn it to a base 64 string that you can copy and paste somewhere, and then you can just copy and paste that back into load. So it'll be like enter your character file or something. So I think that's the stupid thing I'm gonna do first. All right, and quote unquote stupid thing. This is definitely not something you'd want to do, but it's a cool thing to see. Oh, hey, everything is just data. This is just characters. All of this data can get turned into a string of alphanumeric characters that is no spaces or anything in it. And so this will be nice because it'll work for the web, it'll work for PC, and you could switch between the two. It would be no problem as long as you had that code. You could send your code to other people. And there's not really a big database, so to speak, with this. It's more along the lines of like, this is a single player game where you have, a save file. So maybe what I'll do is on PC, you'll have an option to like save the file directly to your computer. But again, the interface is different from Windows, Mac, and Linux. The interface to do that is actually different for all of those because the file system's actually, Mac and Linux similar, but the file system on Windows is actually different than the file system on Mac, I'm pretty sure. So Linux systems use like the ext4 typically. Windows is using like a FAT type. Gyorgy, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that name, so I apologize if I killed it. But happy Wednesday, my friend. This is a totally old school 2D game. The idea is it's mostly point and click. Exactly, Dota. The interface, the methods are the same, and then depending on the platform, it's going to be different. That's exactly the thought I had, was we will have an interface, and then depending on which one you have, it'll choose what to do. But I spent some time off camera figuring out how to serialize this. Spent way too much time on it, but I wanted to do it the right way. And when you go and you try and go how to save state in Unity, how to have persistent state in Unity, you get all kinds of crazy stuff. And they're like, oh, well, you want to add this asset. There's like some asset you can buy in the asset store and add it in that makes it easy and does like all this super versatile stuff. So I'm like, okay, well, what is the quote unquote Unity way to do it? And so I went and I read the friendly manual. Anyone who doesn't know RTFM reads the friendly manual. And I read about, okay, well, what is the way that Unity wants us to do this? What is the way that they, clearly it's a game. They're like, we want people to be able to do stuff. So they have this JSON utility. All right, which one of these is my actual? I think it's this one. So which one of these is our actual thing? It's the friendly manual. Yeah, it's reading the friendly manual. The manual, it's your friend. The manual is there to help you. Your friends don't lie to you, and neither does the manual, usually. So you want to read the friendly manual. Look, this is a family-friendly stream, Dota. This stream should be accessible for ages 13 and up. I don't know what you've heard, but it's a friendly manual. All right, you've ever heard of in video games they have like the what is it called, the BFG? It's the big friendly, or the big friendly gun, right? It's the big friendly gun. Okay, let's look at this. Oh, my font's all tiny because I was coding off stream. So let's get this font back to a reasonable size. For streaming, of course. I was working on my dice pool. So if anyone's just catching this stream, anyone's just want to get caught up on what we're doing, if you want to go, I've been distilling this back into like a project for my students. I've got the first 6 chapters written. If you want to go check out, get started on this yourself, adventurequest.captaincoder.org. I'll put it in I'll start adding it to the description, but adventurequest.captaincoder.org. Bookmark it. It's in alpha right now, but I'm going to be using this next term to teach students how to make this specific project. All right, so if you're interested in checking that out, you can. But we were talking about serialization. All right, so I started going down like this crazy rabbit hole of using like a third-party C# JSON serializer. So in Unity has something called JSON utility. All right, so they have this thing built in, and if you can get away with using it, you should, because boom, it's blazing fast. I installed a third-party one, and like serializing my object was not working. It was kind of a nightmare. It wasn't saving things right. It wasn't loading things back in right. And it was slow. It was super slow. So I just want this to be easy. So I scrapped that after like 2 hours. And here is where I ended up. So in my model, I want to make things serializable. Where's my player character model? All right, so enums by default are serializable. That one's easy because enumerated types are just numbers. You don't have to do anything special. So I wanted to serialize my character. So all the things inside my character need to sort of be serialized. All right, so we have ability. It's an enum. Don't have to do anything special to serialize that. Ability score. All right, so ability score is sort of the combination of the ability type, so the enum, and a number that gives you the results. All right, so we're gonna say we want this thing to be serializable. That part makes sense. And then Unity, by default, and this makes sense too, only serializes public fields, not properties, public fields. All right, so if you want something to be serialized that is a property, you have to tag it with the serialized field. And that says, okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna just serialize this to JSON, take those names exactly, and then it uses some magic. I don't even think it uses reflection. I think it uses some kind of bytecode injection or something to rebuild this object later, because it doesn't end up using your constructor. So as I did some exploration, it doesn't use your constructor to rebuild this object. It just like magically does something with bytecodes to inject it. It's not even using reflection from what I can tell. Okay. Because reflection would sort of, decorator pattern. Okay, so we have ability score. So the hard one was this abilities. All right, so abilities, I have a dictionary from ability to ability score. So this is like your player statistics. So in this scene, if I were to run this, our abilities class is representative of all. So every character in the game is going to have every ability score that's possible. And if Unity will load here. Busy for 20 seconds. Come on. Oh, Unity can be painful, man. So let's run this real quick. I say real quick. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Okay, I think maybe it's because I have the debugger attached. I learned how to attach the debugger to VS Code as well. Enjoy NHL 23, Dota. Have a beautiful day, my friend. Thanks for popping in. As always, you're welcome back anytime. Give me a lurk. I appreciate it. So this table here represents essentially the visual representation of the abilities class. So every ability, each row here is an ability score. It has a name, it has a score, and then it has a modifier, like how, if you do a die roll, this modifier gets attached to that die roll. All right. And so the abilities class, I use a dictionary to represent this from ability to row. So each ability gets attached to a row, and it just can do that to keep track of it easily. Quick access, quick lookup. I don't have to do a scan through the list to find the ability you want. All right, so Unity cannot serialize dictionaries. All right, so the utility cannot serial dictionaries, and there's some good reasons for this. How do dictionaries can be cyclical, right? So you can't. So it says, well, we're just not gonna serialize those. It can, however, serialize lists of types that can be serialized. So, but dictionaries are hard because they're references. Inside of them, you have like reference types. So it says like, well, if I can serialize it, I can serialize the list. So what we've done is we've added this secret ability scores, this private backing field in here that is gonna maintain the saved state. And this kind of makes sense. When you go to save it, you don't need the whole dictionary, you just need to know how to reconstruct it. And we've attached in this interface serialization callback receiver. So it says, when I go to serialize or deserialize this thing, I need to know if there's some extra steps I need to do. All right, so if there's extra steps, you can put them in here. This interface defines two methods: before serialization and on after serialization. So before it goes to save your thing, it says, if you need to do anything to make your state match, do that here. I've gone ahead and set it up so that my ability scores, essentially the list and the dictionary just sort of always match each other. So I don't have to do anything extra before serialization. But after deserialization, it says, okay, well, after deserialization, you'll have loaded up anything that's been marked as any fields that are public or any serialized fields that are public. You'll have those on after deserialization. Those will exist here. Okay. And so if they do, it's a weird thing here when it boots up, they don't exist at the very beginning. So I had to add in this check here to prevent an exception from happening. But I just say, okay, well, I'm just create this init, and this init's just going to take in the list and it's going to initialize my class like so, and that makes me happy. All right, so now we can serialize and deserialize the abilities class, instances of the abilities class. It just backed this dictionary, and it's pretty straightforward. It just says, okay, for every ability on this list, boom, added into the dictionary, just to make sure they're consistent. And this is an immutable class, so you can't mutate those abilities outside of the class. You don't have access to them, so we don't have to worry about maintaining the state aside from that. And then the constructor just takes in, a list of ability scores and calls init. So init is sort of like our constructor, which is kind of nice, kind of beautiful. Okay, so now we can serialize our abilities, and that looks like, all right, so I can, if I click load, hang on here, broke it. I gotta save a character first. So Bob, we'll go ahead and create this character. And because I broke it, I gotta restart. Come on, reload script assemblies. But this now makes it really easy. Before it was doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Now it just boom, quick save, quick load. Well, that's going on. Let's go look at the player character just real quick to see what I did. All I had to do is add in that name strings easy one. That one can serialize, portrait can serialize. And now, because abilities is a bull, we can serialize that field, and we're done. So the player can serialize and deserialize using Unity's built-in JSON utility. So this is the quote-unquote Unity way of doing it. So if you don't want to install some third-party library, if you want to be blazing, it's blazing fast. That's the other thing is I tried to use the net Newton JSON, and it was slow. It had problems with my enums. It was converting my enums to strings, and so they wouldn't deserialize properly. They would serialize fine, and then when I go to deserialize them, it wouldn't work. and I'd have to write this whole new JSON serializer. This was actually so much easier to use that. And now, to save and load my character, I just call JSON utility.from JSON or JSON utility.to JSON, and it will use the correct things. It's a little trick. So one thing that I don't like about this is I really wish it would like throw an exception if you had a serializable, if you had a field that you wanted to serialize and it didn't know how. That's the main thing. So making sure you have like a nice unit test for your type, and really player characters should have, all right, we're gonna move this into player character actually. First order of business, let's put this into our player character. And we're gonna just have some static methods here. Public static string to JSON. And maybe I should make this a non-static, but I want it to be static here because it's more of a utility character. That's right. And all this is going to do is return character building controller, this thing here. Not that thing here, this thing here. Right. So this is synonymous with that. And then public static. And this one should probably do some more checks to make sure everything's like good. And so we'll do that real quick. Player character from JSON. String JSON. And this one, we'll do some more checks in this, but this one becomes this, and we have to do a try around that because it could fail. So we'll do a try. Ideally, it all works, but I want to make sure everything is set. So we should do things like, make this a little bigger. Loaded. So you would want to like assert. So if loaded.name is null, is not valid, so we need to validate the name, we need to validate the portrait sprite, we need to validate abilities. So I'll put a little to do here. To do validate loaded is has all valid, validate loaded is in a legal state. So one of the things, like I said, the JSON utility does some magic with, I think it's doing bytecode injection because it ends up not calling your constructor or anything. So I don't even think it's using reflection. I think it does bytecode injection to load this in, construct an object, and like just jam stuff into it. So it doesn't have, it bypass your constructor. You don't ever see this code execute here, which is, it's kind of cool. And that's why it's so fast. Reflection tends to be a little bit slow because it has to do a bunch of extra stuff. So we'll do an accept, try, catch. Sorry, not catch. And in this case, we would throw an exception. Catch, throw. Maybe we should just use the exception that's coming up to us. But I don't want my program to oh, maybe I do just want it to fail here. We want to be able to report like, hey, something happened here. So I'm going to put a to do. So when I go to build this out, I really want to think it through a little bit more than this, but we'll return loaded here. And then this should really throw an exception. Throw new. And I'm really bad. So system dot, what was it? Operation. Without operation exception is like when, I think this is when the state of your game, state of your program, something happens that it couldn't do. But it really should be like system.io.exception. Invalid data exception, there we go. Or maybe I should just have it throw the same thing here. I'm not 100% sure what I want to do here, but I want to, so to do, use correct exception / error reporting. We don't want the game to crash, but we want to have a correct message propagated up. Could not load player character. So we'll fiddle with that later, but I just wanted to go over the high level overview of how I figured out how to use the JSON utility to load our player, even though our abilities. And so the key here And of course, I read the friendly manual. The key here was the iSerialization callback receiver. This allows you to specify how something should be serialized and deserialized. So that way, if you're using something like a dictionary, which it doesn't know how to serialize, you can use it. So I created the backend field ability score to do that. And so worked out nicely. The one maybe little downside is that you have a little bit of more overhead to keep track of this thing. I'm not sure if that is really that bad though. All right. So this is reloading here. All right, so just a quick update since I did some work off stream. I wanted to make sure I covered that, but let us add in, let's do a sign on. All right, so do a sign on here. And so if you're not on the Discord yet, feel free to join. Put a little link to that in the chat. If you're not on the Discord yet, feel free to join. We like to have a good time here. We have a good time here in our Discord channel where we are able to collaborate, share with each other, look at what's going on. I always get great feedback in here on my project, so love to have you aboard. But one thing I'd like to encourage people to use the sign on, sign off channel to sort of give yourself some accountability on what you're doing and keep track of your tasks. So yesterday, I signed off. I'd finished the layout design of the character creation scene. All right, this is done loading. Let's go ahead and kill that. Ooh, come on. There we go. And I said, I did not serialize the player character. I got that working now. So no bonuses. Next time, research how to serialize. I got JSON utilities to work with the dictionary, kind of. So you created like a backend thing on how to load that specific object. There might be a something that you would want to do to generalize that, but I like the way it works. Okay. Today, so let's do a sign on. What are my goals today? Goal. What do I want to get done today? So this character creation scene is pretty good. I want to be able to, I'm going to get rid of the load character button, I think. I want to be able to have a scene. I want to have like a character. Maybe I'll add in, I need to add like an inventory to the character. Georgi, there's a link there just above Nightbot. Sent it out. I'll send it out again. There you go. There's a link there to Discord at the end. It's in the chat. Feel free to join. Always happy to help people out. If I have time, if I can, but definitely this is where I'm going to be posting my progress on this project. Okay, so my goal today. I think I want to add in or start adding in. I need to have the character transfer from scene to scene. So you click create character. There's a bug actually in this scene. So first off, fix. All right, so first goal, 1, fix goals. We got multiple today. Fix bug related to character name in character creation screen. So I'll show you that bug in a little bit. I don't think it's gonna be crazy to solve, but I need to just rethink about how I'm doing it. It doesn't validate properly. All right, George. All right, I thank you for correcting me on the name pronunciation. I was getting it so wrong. So George, perfect. I'll try and remember that. So we're gonna fix bug related to character name and character creation chain. Figure out how to transfer player character between scenes. Okay. And so we got to transfer between the scenes and create a town hub scene. So the idea is there's going to be like a town hub where your character is, and you can go to like the weapon shop, the armor shop, the potion shop, and explore. So you like be able to go into the forest, the fields. You'll have the options of what are the things you want to be able to do. So I want to create a town hub scene. Bonus. All right, my bonus goal: create a weapon shop scene. So I want to start adding a weapon shop scene in there. So that's gonna be a huge undertaking. So we got to define like how does what is a weapon, what is armor, what are items. So we'll have to define that whole system before we can really do that. But bonus, create a weapon scene / start working. Really, I shouldn't make a weapon scene. Really want to get a weapon shop in this. So maybe create a weapon shop / think about player equipment / inventory. Okay, those are my goals today. We're gonna see how far we get. But got our sign on in. So we're gonna start off, we're gonna fix. This keeps me focused, so when I get distracted, I'm like, oh, what the heck what was my goal today? What am I trying to get done? Okay, here we go. And clear this out. All right, so let me show the bug that's happening. So there is a bug here. There is a bug with the name that is annoying. I don't think it's going to be that hard to do. I just need to make sure that the name field stays consistent with what is under the hood on the builder controller. Man, I need to figure out why that's so slow. Maybe I need to close out and reopen it. I think it's because it's attached. Is it still attached to the debugger over here? Debug window. I don't think it is. I thought I detached it. Might need to restart Unity to make it a little faster, or Unity's just going to be slow from here on out. It didn't seem that slow yesterday. All right, so if I click create character, I get the error message problem. You must name your character. If I give an invalid name, so B, character name must be at least 3 characters. All right. But if I give it a valid character name, so if I name this guy Bob, that's a valid character. I can create this character. It's happy to do it. You don't see anything happening when I click create character. Ideally, that's gonna like go to a new scene. All right. But now if I change this name to be invalid again, I get this invalid name, but create character works because in my builder controller, the name didn't. So that I have in the code for the builder controller, it doesn't update the name if the name was invalid. And so we need to make it so that this input field, when the name is invalid, doesn't let you. So you do blank, it'll go back to what it was. To keep the scene consistent with the back end. So our view is not consistent with the model under the hood. And this just happens to be because, let's go to character builder controller. This is because this happens. So when we set the name, we sort of need to know whether or not it was valid to set it, and it wasn't. So really, this should be throwing an exception saying, hey, you're not allowed to do this. Rather than, it should also report the error, but it should throw an exception saying like this is an invalid input. And then on the change side, it won't, it needs to like receive it. So let's look at how it's wired together right now. The input up here, so to make this a prefab, I'm gonna run into an issue where the font won't change. So my input field here has this, attached here, has this controller that says on edit, we pass it off to the character builder controller and set the name. All right, so this, whenever the user types something here and clicks out, that sends the information here and it's happy to update it. But we really need to, in addition to sending it there, we need to like make sure that our own internal state still matches. So in addition to doing that, we need to also say, well, if it wasn't valid, we shouldn't actually change our name. So this thing needs to make sure that the name stays consistent. So I'm going to add an event here on name change. All right. So we're going to add an event here. It's going to be a string on name change. And really it should be like something like on name change event, something along those lines. And the idea is anytime we call set, we are gonna let anyone know. So even if it was an error, we still want, so I don't know how I feel about this. This feels weird. We still want to say, hey, by the way, the name is still, even though you tried to set it, the name is still name. But if you're correct, it's going to go ahead and send it off and say, okay, the name was changed. So on an error, I could listen to this on error, but I don't know. On error sends me all kinds of extra information. Instead, I'm just going to say, okay, well, on name change. And so, George, a good question. George asked, do I plan to publish this on Steam? Probably not. So this is more of anything. This is a prototype to help me teach people how to make this. All right. So I want people to be able to learn how to use Unity to make this sort of thing. So I'm sort of putting together a framework of how you would build an RPG adventure, and I'm turning it into a class project. So adventurequest.captaincoder.org is where I'm going to be publishing it. So this itself probably won't be on Steam. I will probably release it on itch.io. So this is where I sort of have released games in the past. So I will likely release it on itch.io and link back to here. So this is sort of a prototype of like, hey, this is how you might go about building an RPG that's point and click, adventure, 2D, classic, maybe a little bit of dungeon crawling in it, but as a tutorial, not even a tutorial, it's more of a project. I'm trying to keep this not as a tutorial, but more of a project where there's challenges. So for example, in this, I don't just walk you through everything. I say, here's this thing. There's a bug in this code. Can you find the bug? Can you fix the bug? And then I don't actually give you all of the solutions in the write-up. The idea is you're going to learn way more if you have to force yourself to do these things. And so probably won't be published on Steam. That maybe, but probably not. Great question. All right. I love it. Thank you for asking. Let's get back on name change. Yeah. So now we have this on name change event, and this input field is going to register itself on the builder. And so if the name changes, the input field needs to update itself. So this will update the text this way. So I'm pretty sure now, let's give it a shot. I'm pretty sure now if you try and put an invalid name in there, it'll revert back to the previous name. So this was the bug, is that the view could be inconsistent with the model. And our controller needed to be able to inform the game. So for example, now if we were to load a character, it could inform the screen, hey, the state's changed, this is the character now. All right, so this should, and I should really write a unit test for this, but I put Bob in here, and then I change it to wrong, it'll switch back. I'm a little annoyed that the error didn't pop up. There it is. I'm not sure what's up with that. But now, Bob the Destroyer. All right. And if I end up with an invalid name, it will put the old name back and say, oh, hey, you can't use that name. Here's the old one that you had in there. I don't know if that's the best way to do it, but it keeps our data model consistent so there's not something unexpected. So now when I click create character, it actually creates the character. I think. What does create character do? Yeah, it does. It's serializing this thing to a JSON, but it's not doing much else beyond that. What I need to do is when you click create character, it should go to another scene. Loaded. now on name change dot invoke loaded dot name. A little hard to see here, and the load button doesn't actually do anything particularly interesting yet. Let's test this out though. Since I have this thing, since I added in this event, we should, when I load a character, it should update the name here. And all right, just for funsies, let's also do the portrait key. We want to do an on change here, on string on portrait change. We want to be able to notify things, so we're gonna make it so when we load the character, we get the portrait we had selected back as well. George, I'm so glad to hear that you're enjoying the channel. I am all about, let's learn to code. Let's get coding. Let's make things good. And let's learn to code the right way. The coding can be fun, but man, it's so easy to write code that becomes impossible to manage later. So how do we write code that isn't impossible to manage later? All right, so now here we'll say, okay, on portrait change dot invoke portrait sprite key, and when we load this up, we can send that out as well. So it'll be loaded dot portrait sprite key. All right, so let's get it so that when we load our character in, we can also update our portrait here. And then I'm gonna get rid of the load button. Although maybe I'll leave it in. I don't want to have to create the whole scene yet for like, oh, let's pick a file or like paste in our serialized character yet. I don't want to deal with that right now. I want to get to my town hub. I'm really excited for my town hub because then it's like gonna be an actual game. Come on, baby. Here we go. Okay, so yeah, when the portrait changes, I need to, in my portrait, needs to do, so I have a portrait selector, right? So if the portrait changes, I need to update this thing to have a sort of, let's see here. I need to be able to, so when the key changes, that sends it out. So there's like this cyclical thing I need to be careful about, where when I set the portrait, I need to make sure it's consistent. So right now there's no interface for me to actually have someone else tell me what portrait I should be using. I don't think it should be that hard to do. We're gonna add a method, public void set's not quite right. Public void sprite portrait key. Maybe it should be a public setter. So it feels a little weird to do this, but you can do this. And I don't know how I feel about doing just properties that are just public. All right, so we could do this. Portrait public string portrait key get, and no getter on it. So we don't know, we can't actually get it, but this will allow us to set. All right, so we can set the portrait key this way. And so the idea here would be, well, we go to our portrait database and we say get, and we hand it the key. All right, so this would be value. So it's get me the entry. So this would be sprite entry. So when we set this thing, we get the entry. All right, and this will allow us to say, okay, well, our current index happens to be the entry dot. Oh, I don't have an index associated with this, so I'm not sure. My current index, I have to like find it now in my list, so maybe not the best way to do it, but I can to do get index. All right, we'll think about that. We'll think about that. The entry here, I have access to, I'm only changing my sprite. My key technically changed. See, this is like the tricky part, is if I send this, it's going to end up like with this infinite recursion where they're sort of sending messages back and forth over and over. But I do want to on change.invoke entry.sprite. Okay. The key technically changed. So when I get this event here, I kind of want to do a thing where I say, well, if, all right, this is how I'll fix it. If portrait sprite key is equal to value, we'll do nothing. It's like, all right, I don't need to notify. I didn't actually change, so I'm just going to do nothing here. So if the sprite key is the same, I'm not going to update myself. That way, this won't be cyclical. All right, so I can set my port. I can invoke these changes. Entry dot name. And this one would be the on key change. The key changed like that. If value is null, throw new null, new system dot null argument exception, cannot set portrait to null. And then we'll also, when we try to do this get, it will yell at us saying that we can't set it. If the key, if we try to set it to a key that's not valid, we'll get an exception here. So I'm not sure if we should validate that there or not. All right, so now our portrait key. All right, let's try this. I'm really curious. I'm really curious if I can save and then load back. Maybe my load button doesn't work the way I think it does. I'm about to find out. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Oh. Okay. Unity. So slow. Have to load just by clicking order, and then I have to load to run it. I should look in to see if there's a way to make this a little bit quicker. Because I'm not sure exactly what is making it so slow. So I'd be really curious if I could make it a little bit quicker. This is why unit tests are so useful though. Because the unit tests, boom, run quick. You don't have to launch your scene. Although sometimes if you're doing scene tests, you do. All right, so let's make a character Bob. Let's set the portraits here. So I'm gonna create character. Technically, I think this saved it under the hood. So if I were to change this and click load, no, did not. I didn't register it actually. I think the load is working. Yeah, it's just the portrait isn't checked. So I'm gonna say Bob the Builder. And then I roll some new stats and click load. The name does update, so that's firing. I just didn't, and this is sad, I didn't register my portrait on this portrait change event. All right, so my portrait, put this here, and my portrait selector, now I update my portrait key. So on portrait change, it's gonna get the portrait key. All right, so now, maybe. Now that listener should invoke. And if I had other things that needed to update somewhere, I could do that. So it's all sort of built into these listeners, and it updates nicely, and I don't have to do anything in my update loop to make sure it works. These things are just registered listeners on each other. So that's one of the big things I'm trying to teach in this specific project, is how to use the event system to write code that is not insane. The given key night one was not present in the dictionary. Fascinating. Really? It's our portrait. Hang on. That doesn't seem right. Let's go look at our portrait database. Night-1. It's right there. Oh, okay. Let's look at this error number here. Sprite database of key. This is the exception I said would happen. Let's see if this keeps happening. All right, or if it's an initialization thing. I'm curious. So we get it immediately when we start. Because our portrait sprite key starts out as empty. When this thing boots up, the portrait selector doesn't notify people when it boots up, actually, which is fine. I do get that error when we start up. Let's see, does that? Night 2 is not present in the dictionary. Okay, every time I change. Interesting. Peculiar. In our sprite database, can't find the key. This one should build up that. And then in our portrait selector line 17, it's saying right here. I might have to attach the debugger here to figure out what is actually going on. So when we set the portrait sprite key, yeah, so the selector is sending us the key. Okay, and then that is sending it back to our portrait selector, saying okay, and then that kind of like sends it back to us. Right here, this causes this line. Not going to send it back to us actually, but I should add in a little check here that says if value is equal to. We don't have like our current entry, so this is why I didn't want to do that there. What the heck's going on? This is wild. There is like a string. All right, let's attach. Let's see if I can get the debugger to attach. I might have to restart Unity. Debugger, attach debugger. We're on dice roller. Searching for Unity attached. I don't think this is really attached. We'll see. Need to add a breakpoint actually. Although it might trigger on an exception. Yeah, this doesn't look really attached. Usually there's a lot more stuff coming through the console when it's attached. Loading, loading, loading. It's loading, loading, loading. Pretty sure. All right, so let's add a breakpoint. In our sprite database here. I want to stop before this runs so I can see, well, what is in the database. I want to be able to see what's in that dictionary. 90% sure this isn't attached. Oh, there's a little, hang on. You got to learn the tool. This is why I'm saying I'm trying to learn Unity here so I can better understand it, so I can better support my students, so I can help them out. And it takes a minute to load. I gotta get this down. Maybe I just need to restart. I have a lot of stuff open. Let me close some of that other stuff. I have a pretty beefy machine though. I got 32 gigs of, yeah, the debugger doesn't seem to actually be attached. What does this say? Ah, see, this is why I was thinking that things seemed like they got really slow because I'm in debug mode. Oh. All right. Can I switch to release mode? That's why all the scripts are taking so long. So when you're going to debug, okay. When you go to debug, it does appear to be quite a bit slower. I thought that was the issue. All right, it says disconnected. Ah, okay, now I bet if I try and connect, it'll actually work. Ugh. All right, some downtime on the screen here. I'm gonna take a break here in about 5 minutes. Note to self, take a break in 5 minutes. Take a break in 5 minutes. Been going for about an hour. 2 hours later, still won't have taken a break. That's typically how I work. Well, I switched to not be in debug mode, and now. All right, so let's see if we can attach debug mode. Nope, did not. All right, I am going to try restarting Unity here. So let's close out of these. I don't think the two instances care if they're both open. And then we want to completely exit VS Code as well. And let's see if we can get this to reopen here. We're in Venture Quest. I was using the debugger yesterday. It was working. Here it goes, loading. Yeah, we got to get good at using the tools. We got to get good at using the tools so that way we can, be able to support the students. And I'm using VS Code. I should probably be using Visual Studio, but a lot of my students don't use Windows. And so it's different on different platforms. So I'm trying, and maybe I should I'm trying to make the project for this Unity class. I'm actually telling students you can use whatever you want. But I'm trying to learn how to do it in VS Code. Did I open the right? I opened the wrong project. Oh, come on. All right, brain. It's actually Dice Roller. Adventure Quest is the version I'm using for my tutorial. So when I'm putting together the project screenshots and stuff, that is like in the state of the project itself. All right. So they're gonna take a break. All right, 5 minute timer. 5 minute timer. Take a break in 5 more minutes. Get myself another. I have a little bit of coffee left, so that's how I know I don't need a break just yet. Okay. All right. So this is open. Let's go. One of the problems too is actually that the debugger for VS Code is technically deprecated, so it's not supported. It works, but it's not supported. So if there's issues, well, that's too bad. So I should really be switching to Visual Studio, learning how to do it there. But I'm stubborn. I've been stubborn. And Visual Studio for Windows, I actually love Visual Studio for Windows. Visual Studio for Mac is like kind of painful. All right, let's see if, can we please connect? There it goes. See, all this stuff comes through. Now it's actually connected. And this is saying enable debugging for this session. All right, cool. So I just had to restart it. I don't know if something was caught up in memory somehow, but now the debugger will actually be connected. I think it was because I was fiddling with stuff. I accidentally like hit kill or something. All right, so the debugger is actually connected now. So in our, we don't need this player character, it's in our sprite database, and more specifically, actually before we get here, it's in our portrait selector. So we're gonna add a breakpoint here. So we'll be able to see what our key is when we get there. All right, so let's launch this. It should pause pretty quickly. Yeah, so before this even loaded, it's like, hey, we've reached a spot here. The scene couldn't even load. All right, so our value is night 1. If we take a look at our, let's make this a little bigger, variables over here. I don't need the call stack right now. We care about our database. Where's my database? Oh, non-public member, so it's private. My database has 4 things in it, keys. And then this thing also has the actual database is empty. Ooh, interesting. So yeah, this thing has not initialized yet. Ah, I know what's happening. I know what's happening. Our sprite database needs to happen like first. So the start method for our database hasn't run yet. So it's not loaded. So it hasn't loaded it. All right, so let's go ahead and we're gonna click continue. It's gonna stop again. We'll click continue until we get here, and then we can stop our scene. So one thing that if you're used to debugging in VS Code, you like keep wanting to click the stop button and you don't want to do that. That'll cause problems. So I wish I could like hide this window, and I'm sure there is a way to do it. I just don't know how to do it yet. So what I'm going to do is the sprite database needs to essentially load before it starts. Like when this thing wakes up, it's like, all right, before everything else, load yourself up. Or I could say, well, when I go to get it, I need to make sure my database has values in it. So what I might do is make a property that will load this as soon as it is necessary. So rather than doing it on awake, that's what I should do. I should make a private dictionary string sprite entry. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna create a database getter under the hood. All right, so we're gonna create this getter under the hood, and this will no longer be, yeah. So we'll say this if database.count is 0. So if this thing's empty, we're gonna build the database. All right, so we don't even need this awake thing. So we're gonna build the database if it has not been built yet. So if the count is empty, it loops through and tries to build the database. And then then at the end of it, it just returns the database. All right, so if it's already been built, if the count's not 0, it will skip this. That means it's already been built, and it'll send on, and I don't even need this awake anymore. It just says, okay, don't build yourself until necessary. So this is called a lazy load. So we're gonna say lazily loads the database when it is accessed. And maybe we want to also say, okay, well, on awake, we'll go ahead and lazily load it as well, or we'll invoke it. So then rather than using database here, we use database and database.keys. So we end up, make sure we're not using it anywhere else. For references, where are we using this? It should only get used inside of this thing here, which it does. And so now when we go to access it, it should be initialized. So that the issue is it wasn't being initialized before we were accessing it. All right, so let's give that a shot. This is where a unit test would be good too. Let's clear this out. Let's give it a run. It stopped. Okay, so here we are. Take a look at this state again. Now our database has the things in it, and I expect we'll be happy if I click run, click run. Yes, I did not get any errors here. Let's disable these breakpoints. And let's see if I can. All right, let's make Bob. I thought I disabled your breakpoints. Apparently that doesn't. Did it disabling them here didn't do anything? Oh, wow. Interesting. Or what's happening? Trying to learn the tools, learning the tools. What's going on here? Oh, I am still in pause. Oh, I hit pause, I think. Okay. Okay, there we go. They got disabled. I guess I didn't send the disable. I didn't hit save or something. So I've disabled them. Let's roll some stats. These are some gnarly bad stats. We'll create this character. All right. Now if I load, so let's change the name Bob the Builder. Let's roll some new stats. And then I'll load. All right. Portrait loads. Portrait loads. All right. So debugger for the win. That would have been gnarly to debug without the debugger. So I'm glad I went and took the time to do that. We'll go ahead and stop that. And we're going to detach the debugger. So if I switch to release here. Okay. So that's how we do it, I think. So we've just added that. I'm going to get rid of this load button. I'm going to get rid of that state in the character control builder. This was just here for testing. Make sure the save and load feature worked. We'll get rid of the load. So this makes a player character. We're going to get rid of this load character. Like that. Or maybe... maybe I need to have a... Yeah, let's not get overly complex here. So I get rid of the save and load like that. Let's get rid of this load button. I'll add a load feature later. I just wanted to make sure that it was serializing properly. That's not my goal today, so I want to focus on my goal. Let's get rid of this load button. Okay, there we go. Looks nice and beautiful. Let's make a commit. All right, so what changes did we make here? Is my scene saved? It is. Fun fact, Unity doesn't auto-save your scenes, which is can be incredibly frustrating when you make commits. So always double check, make sure your scene has been saved, so you're committing the latest version. Let's close this. What change did I make? Character builder. We added on name change, on portrait change, and we're sending that signal out. Portrait selector has a portrait key, so we can set it. Got an extra white space here, so I'll kill that. Don't need this extra white space either. Deleted the saving and loading, that's fine. And I should have, yeah, deleted that part too. Dice pool. I was just changing this to be consistent with the tutorial. I decided to call it, so originally I had called it a dice set. So these should really be two separate commits. Let's, to JSON, that's good there. Sprite database. This looks good. All right, so the first commit I want to make is gonna be for my dice pool. All right, so let's close all dice pool. That's interesting. Hello? Let's try reloading the window here. Something got caught up. Again, something got caught up in VS Code memory or something. Let's try reloading here. There we go. All right, so I want to commit dice pool. Because this is completely separate from what I was doing before. So this one is just like a chore. Changed variable name from set to group. This matches the renaming of dice set to dice group. Okay, we'll commit that. And then I think everything else is sort of related here. Sprite database. Oh, this one's a little bit different. All right, so we added, this one's part of serialization. Feat add to JSON / from JSON to player character. Add utility methods for saving and loading a player character as JSON. Okay. Let's look at everything else. I think is related to our Sprite database. This one's feature here. Feature or fix, really. Use update fix Sprite database lazily loads data. Update Sprite database to lazily load the Sprite entry data into a dictionary. This was causing a bug. Previously, it was in the start method, which was not firing before other game objects. All right, so this basically is making it so that we have our database will always be ready, because when you go to access, it says, all right, if I'm not loaded, make sure I load. All right, and then the portrait selector, character builder. All right, the rest of this is, what is going on? This is crazy. Let me look at my output. Is it a C# thing? What's running here? Get history, get. There we go. I just need to give it some time. Get was trying to figure out trying to figure something out. All right, so feature, add listeners to character creation screen. Added a listener for validate to maintain state, and this is really a fix. Name and portrait updating in character creation scene. Portrait updating bug. Added a listener to maintain state for the name and portrait in the character creation scene. There we go. All right, add that in, and we'll go ahead and push those up. All right, so one in our sign on. Step one is done here. Fix bug related to that. Figure out how to transfer player characters between scenes. So these are sort of together. So I'm gonna create a town hub scene. All right. And then we need to figure out how do I get my player character into that scene. So when you click create, it should move you to the player character or the town hub scene. So we're gonna create a town hub here. Oh, before we do that though, I need to take a break. I said about 30 minutes ago I was gonna take a break. All right, so we're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna grab myself another cup of coffee. I'm gonna do decaf this time. I've had 2 cups of calf. Do a decaf. But I will be back in 2 to 5 minutes. 2 to 5 minutes, so hold tight. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll be right back. All right, we're back. I lied. I said I was gonna get coffee, but I ended up getting tea instead. Decaf coffee just didn't sound like the right move. But tea has a little less caffeine. Although I did get Earl Grey tea. It's a black tea. So it has a little bit more caffeine than, you know, green tea or something that's would be considered less caffeinated. But I love me some Earl Grey. So it's sitting here brewing for a minute. Boiled some water, got that in there. And we're back. All right, so our goal. We have in our sign-on, we fixed the bug, and while we were at it, we refactored some stuff. We discovered another bug in our database, so we fixed that. And now we need to figure out how to transfer the player character between scenes. So we need to move the player character from one scene to the other. I'm not really sure how to do this, but let's give it a shot. Let's create a new scene. So this is going to be our create scene town. All right, and let's create a background for our town. All right, so our town is really, really ugly, but let's go to our good friend Dolly here. See if we can get Dolly to give us some beautiful art for our scene. Let me log in here. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, make a little background. All right, so we're gonna go with fantasy setting. Town square. I'm curious what it'll do about town square with town square with a fountain, with with a well and dirt, with a well in the center of a dirt road that intersects in, let's go with 6 directions. And let's go with what style do we want? I always do digital art. I love the digital art stuff. We'll see how that comes out. And while that's loading, let's get another one going just in case. Fantasy in town square with a town square. With fantasy setting, bustling town square with several medieval buildings. And let's try oil painting on that one. Sometimes the oil paintings look really cool. All right. Ooh, these came out wonderful. I really like this one. This is gonna be, I think this one wins. This one might win too, though. These are awesome. Really like that one. And see what this. Ooh, some of these are great. Maybe I have multiple towns. We're gonna star these. Can I add these to save to collect? So let's create a collection. 2D fantasy game. Create collection. All right, we're gonna add that to our fantasy collection there. That one. These came out so good. All right. I'm not even sure which one I want. I want them all. This will be great because I'll be able to give all of these. So these will be part of the whole package when you just like, all right, select the town. Select the town you want. So it won't just be like you get one. You can use as many of these. Wow, these came out beautiful. AI generated art has changed everything for me as far, not everything, but man, as far as prototyping goes, I would never be able to. I would like probably Google, put something in there. Open Game Art's the other place I use a lot, but man, these are cool. I should upload these to Open Game Art, make them published. All right, but which one do I want? I gotta expand. So I want to take one of these and sort of like expand it out. Man, I don't know. I think I really like this one. So I'm gonna make this sort of our background. I'm gonna see if I can make this. Oh man, that's so good. Our screen is 1920 by 1080, so this picture might not scale up well. Let's take a look. Let's try and download it. Unity, possible assets, AI art. Here we go. And we'll go with create new folder, avatars or portraits. All right, so this portraits. Let's move all of this stuff into the portrait section. Hang on, I gotta organize here a little bit. Let's come on over to our folder here. J Collard, hang on. I'm gonna hide that. No one needs to see all of my files. Get J Collard. Let's down in Unity Dice Roller is the name of this prototype folder. All right, here we go. AI art. Let's create. We're gonna move all this stuff into portraits, and then we'll create a new one. This is gonna be called backgrounds, maybe. Looks like Travian. Yeah, I haven't even heard the word. Travian's been a while since I heard Travian. This is cool. I really like this. Goop, thanks for popping in. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, my friend. It's nice to see you around. All right, town 0. Travianaholic. Oh, don't even get me started on those types of games. It's so easy to just get crazy addicted. They're addictive. That's really what it comes down to. This one's cool too. These are all cool. Oh, I was gonna expand. All right, so yeah, I was gonna edit this one and make it wider and taller. So we're just gonna go with digital art. I'm gonna see if I can get it to be a bigger image without just scaling it up. Travian, it's like I used to play. My dad used to run a bulletin board system, a BBS, like pre-internet. I guess the internet existed, but it was mostly pre-internet. And Travian, there was a style of game that was like Travian. It was called. These are cool. Falcon's Eye, and then Barren Realms. And so Falcon's Eye and Barren Realms were games you could play that would yeah, this looks great. I'm just gonna expand this out to either end. Generate. That was a lot like Travian. It's text-based Travian, and it was you'd log into the BBS, you play your turn one day, you'd log in to do your turn for that day, and then wait for the 24-hour cycle. The game would update. That's weird. I don't really like any of these. We'll cancel that one. We'll try generating again. And I'm going to try and see if I can get it to generate a forest up at the top. All right, little mushroom thing there. Really wants it to be water over here, which is interesting, the colors. All right, I'm gonna go with this one, and I'll probably end up just cropping it so that's not in there. I don't really like that. But let's see if we can get it to generate a forest for us up here. Path leading into forest. Zoom out a bit. This is cool. Yeah, Travian, it's like their quote-unquote ticks are much quicker. Ooh, that one's nice. All right, so now let's get these to generate into each other, see if we can get some good stuff going on. Digital AI art is so cool sometimes. Really want to get access to one called Leonardo, which is specific for doing game assets. I'm on like the early adopter list. I'm hoping I can get in there. Oh yeah, this is great. This is gonna be good. We probably aren't even gonna be able to see this up at the top. Dolly is there's some epicness going on with it. Really, really good. I probably should have clicked through that one. That one just looked so good I didn't want to see other options. Don't need a spaceship in there. Yeah, nice little map maker. I don't like the balloons up there, so we'll go with digital art, mountain range. Yeah, I love during advent of code. I thought it was amazing. People were using it to not even for just the AI, art stuff. The number of people that have been using it to like generate solutions to coding problems and stuff was like amazing. All right, that's a little better. I think I like this one. All right. So this is going to be too big anyway, but let's download this. This is going to be town background. Okay. And let's import that bad boy in here. Let's get into our assets, sprites, backgrounds, show in folder. Just want to drag you in. There we go, town background. Add a canvas to our scene here. And then we're gonna add Rave. Good morning, happy Wednesday, my friend. Welcome back. I didn't catch you live on your stream last night, but I saw a little bit of it. Good stuff. I want to see more of your projects. Beautiful space trucker project. Awesome stuff. I didn't watch the whole thing, but it's hard to find the time to do that, but it's always cool to see that stuff. But excellent work. So anyone who's watching, Rave is another game developer. I'm not going to call myself a game developer. I just happen to be developing a game for a class. But Rave here, definitely check them out. Rave EIR. So anyone's watching in the future, Rave EIR, and on Twitch has some really cool stuff going on, making a space trucking simulator. Really cool. So we're gonna add in an image. This is gonna be our background, and we want this to take up the whole screen. So we're gonna have this stretch 0, 0, 0, 0. And we're going to attach the image to it here. Town background. Boom. That's interesting. I actually should have edited it down, but that worked out pretty well. The stretching on that doesn't look horrific, which is nice. I forgot I was going to actually edit it in GIMP before I did that to make it the correct size. But I'm kind of amazed that the stretching didn't blow it up. You know, let's open this up here because I wanted to crop out 1920 by 1080, right? So what I could, so this is like the actual size of our scene. So I kind of wanted to crop out like this. I wanted to get rid of that. I don't like that over there. And then if I hold down, I think if I hold down shift. Yeah, shift keeps the aspect. So I can keep the aspect correct while still cropping a bit more. So I think I'm gonna get this. So you can kind of see, oh man, those mountain ranges are cool though. Maybe I'll do that. I like this whole 1920 by 1080. I love this circular thing going on here in the town though. So I don't want to get into that water. I really don't like the way this the water area looks over here. Well, this looks weird too, but that's kind of cool. Rave, I'm a teacher at I work at an online, so like my main job, I'm part-time, but I'm a part-time teacher at an online middle school. And then I do a bunch of tutoring as well for high school to university. Most of my tutoring students are university level, mostly intro stuff, but I love when students want to work with me with functional. I have one student who's doing functional programming class right now, so it's like a functional programming class, and I also tutor systems and algorithms. So I love algorithms, and so a lot of people struggle with those. How about this? Does this look good? Man, I can't quite get it to look the way I want. We'll just crop this center part out for now. I don't want to spend too much time. 1080. Have that mysterious look going into the mountains back there. Yeah. Because when it's full screen, it's going to be massive like this. This will look great. And I have a little pond over there. Yeah, I like this. All right, so let's go ahead and save that. It's underfunded. Yeah, School's constantly underfunded, so we're gonna save this as, we'll put this into our actual assets. This will be our, not scripts, want to go to sprites, backgrounds, town background. All right. Yeah. Hard to change, hard to change. I love my school. My school's awesome. All right, this doesn't look terrible. This looks all right. Part of me maybe is thinking that the scene itself should have like a little window over on the left, and then like some dialogue options, right? Because right now this scene's gonna be set up and you're gonna have like clicking and stuff going on. So part of me thinks maybe I should make it a little bit smaller. I'm not sure though. Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna go with this. I'm trying not to get too distracted. My whole goal here is to transfer the player character between the scenes. So in the character creation scene, we have a player character, and I want to transfer that over to this scene, and so that you have like options to do stuff on the scene. And part of me kind of thinks that like I should keep my player portrait up here, maybe some basic stats, and then menu items. I don't know, but here's the scene like this. I honestly think I should. All right, I'm going back on it a little bit. Let me change back to. I think maybe I should change back to the original background here. Let's come in here. Let's undo this. We'll export as town background. Here's what I think I'm gonna do. And learn something new. I haven't done this before, but how big is this file? That's another question. If that file's giant, maybe I shouldn't do that. Properties, 9 megabytes. Ooh, yeah, that file's huge. All right, so I definitely want to scale it down. Image. 9 megabytes is big, because I eventually want this to be sort of on the web. So 9 megabytes is huge. How big is? Maybe I can up the compression a little bit though. Save it as a JPEG instead. File, export as. Let's make it a JPEG. I like to keep my assets smaller. Export as a JPEG. And let's try 83. Right, so if I do a JPEG, what's our size now? Let's create a new window here. I have some of my students, since it's a remote school, some of my students have not the best bandwidth, so I don't want to make this insane for them, especially. Come on, why can't I get to my assets? There we go. Sprites, backgrounds, switch to list view. Yeah, one megabyte's much better. All right, so we'll get rid of that. We'll get rid of that. Come back to our scene here now. We'll do a town background like this. And I think we can do, and I've never done this before, but I think we can make it so that way, like you're just zoomed in on a specific portion of it. Image type sliced. Let's go look at our town background. Compression on it's fine. Wrap mode. I want to make it so that my background image, that native size. Wow. Okay. So it is giant. Oh, it's because I haven't set up my canvas yet. My canvas should be a scale with screen width, and it's 1920 by 1080. That's what I want to go for. And then let's recenter this. Why did it do that? The image centered. Stretch. Well, that's okay. Center it. I guess we could do that, and then we just sort of position it properly on that where we want it, so I can sort of put it off to the side like this. I think we'll do that for now. Okay, well, we're gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna get so distracted here. All right, so my goal. Transfer player characters between scenes. It's so easy to let myself get distracted here. So we're gonna transfer the player between scenes. So I need to have a component here that is gonna be my player controller. All right, I have a player. This can be anywhere on the scene. It doesn't really matter. But this is going to have a player character controller. And the idea is we want to jam the player character into that thing. That's my goal. That's my thought. Is from my scene. Yikes, I got all this stuff open. Where's my code? All right, so the idea, now I got all these things here. Let's I need to add these to get ignore. Really, I should be adding in build. Hang on, let's fix my get ignore real quick. Build, AI art. Yikes. AI art, font, possible assets. So if I do this, that should cover it all, right? Yeah, nothing wants to get added now. Okay, cool. So it's only going to add the things that I've put into the actual project. I want to switch scenes in Unity. So let's look at Unity, switch scenes, with switch scenes persistent data. Implement data. Really, I hate some of these tutorials. They always want to do like things that feel really bad programming practice-wise. First off, let's just switch scenes. All right. Unity switch scenes. That's one of the whole reasons, like, I'm teaching this Unity class and I started looking into it and I was like, God, I don't want to teach my students I don't want to just throw some Unity tutorials at them. They're going to learn horrible programming practice. That's sort of what's happened in the past when I've had students go off and work on stuff. Let's add this get ignore here. Chore update get ignore. Okay. Unity switch scenes. I mostly like to read the manual stuff here, but let's see here. This person's scene manager.load scene. All right, so there's like a static global singleton scene manager where I should be able to switch my scene based on the name, and I kind of hate that too. Yeah, I think that it's probably best for them not to recommend anything and keep it vague. But the Unity Learn, there are some that are good. There are some that are good. I found some that I liked in the past, but I'm essentially teaching a object-oriented C# programming class, and Unity is the vehicle to get my students there. That's sort of what I'm going for. How to switch scene manager.load scene. Let's go look at the Unity docs for this. Scene name, scene index. Mode allows you to specify whether or not to load the scene additively. So you can like add, I've done that before where I add scenes together. All right, so scene manager, I'm gonna read about these things as well. Scene manager derive from the base class to provide alternate implementation to the C# behavior of a specific scene manager method. Scene utility might be helpful as well. Okay. So we're gonna go for my character builder. The idea is when we create character, if the character is valid, we're gonna create it, and we're gonna load a new scene and transfer some stuff in to it. All right, so this should be relatively easy to do. So it's called town. Where'd my editor go here? So I want to load town. I hate the stringly type stuff here. Where does scene manager come from? using Unity Engine Scene Management. Okay. Load town, I hate that's a string here. I wish, really, what I want to be able to do is just like attach a scene from my like scenes folder. And I'm curious if I can do that. Let's just look at the scene. Is there like a load? Is loaded. Scene doesn't have like a load. Name of scene that is currently active in the game or app. Number of root transforms. Load scene parameters looks like it's potentially useful. Okay. We're learning here. We're learning how to use Unity. Well, let's go to my scene here. I want to go to my character creator scene. Let's go ahead and save that. And when I click this build button on success, it should trigger that load. Where did my editor go? I need another monitor real quick. Okay, so we are going to, I think technically this should work, but I don't know that it unloads the scene or anything. I don't really understand how it works. All of the work I've done in Unity before this, I have essentially done these like really simple games and everything is one scene. This is the first time I've worked, like I've done a project where I actually have multiple scenes. So as I say a lot, I'm not a Unity expert. I'm learning Unity, and I just so happen to be tasked with teaching an Intro to Unity course, and so I'm trying to teach it in, you know, a good way. Bob. So when I create Bob, town could not be loaded because it has not been added to the build settings. Okay, good to know. So you have to go to your build settings, add open scenes. Can I just add a scene in here in general? I guess I have to go open this scene. Fascinating. Scenes, add open scenes. Can you open? Interesting. Okay, so I did that. I don't think I'm really gonna need my dice analyzer or my dice roller. Let's go back to my character creator. Let's try that now. I really want to have like a scene in, you know, Bob. All right, so now we'll switch it. So that's how we switch. But I need to take that character that was created and transfer it between the scene. I would really like to not have this. What if I rename my scene? What if I just said town and I want to be called Town Hub? I don't like that. Can I add to my builder controller? I add a like next scene, public scene, next town hub. And really this should probably be private. Yeah, private set, yeah. Okay, so we will do a field, serialized field here, so we can access and enter. I'm curious if I can do it this, and then I could do like scene.name, I'm hoping. So if I change the name, it will automatically update. So Town Hub, oh, I can't put that in there. That's too bad. Oh. Can I? Okay, I'm gonna put this note here. I really dislike that. To do no. Consider loading scene without stringly types. It's like stringly typed here. I hate it. Right, so Rave, I'm trying to see if there is a way to get the name based on the object. All right, so I would like to be able to attach this so that way if I change the name of the scene, I don't have to go find it. So what if I'm using this in multiple places and I want to change the name of the scene? Now I got to go change it everywhere that string exists. So I could do like a static string somewhere called like scene names, and then I have one place to change it. But it still feels painful. So yeah, I could have one giant thing like called scenes and have scene names in it. So, but we'll see if we can find a better way to do it. Because what I say, like I'm always want to do like, what are the best program practices? How do we make our program scalable without being too painful? Okay, let's take a look here. So we load. Let's look at what scene utility gets us. Create scene parameters. Scene manager.load scene. Scene manager load scene. String scene manager load scene mode. Description loads a scene by its index or name. In most cases, to pause or performance while loading, you should use the asynchronous version of the can with isLoad async. So we should probably do it that way so we can have a loading screen. So you, like when you click the button, you do a loading screen. I'm be curious if this has like a callback on it. Okay. When using load scene, the scene loads in the next frame. That is, it does not load immediately. This semi-asynchronous behavior can cause frame stuttering and can be confusing because load does not complete immediately. Because loading is set to complete in the next rendered frame, calling scene manager load forces all previous async operations to complete, even if it's set default. To avoid this, use load scene async instead. All right, so I think we want to use load scene async in general then. The given scene name can either be a scene name only without the .unity extension, or the path is shown in the build settings window still without the .unity extension. If only scene name is given, this will load the first scene in the list that matches. If you have multiple scenes with the same name but different paths, you should use the full path. See, this is exactly why I want to like have a reference to the scene somehow. Note that scene name is case insensitive except when you load the scene from an asset bundle. For opening scenes in the editor, see Open Scene Manager Editor. I'm not worried about that. Following two script initial load scene can load scenes from building settings, declarations. All right, so we can do load scene. Those are the two. All right, so it doesn't. What is parameters? Load scene parameters. All right, so I'm pretty sure we want to be able to. Yeah, I don't. I'm trying to also avoid using like arbitrary things from the asset store because those can change. Although I'm not opposed to it completely. Right, so I'm trying to teach how you would do these things yourself. So like with serialization, I finally got serialization working using JSON utilities, and it feels really good to use the JSON utilities rather than trying to import some asset that does it. And it turned out to not be too bad to do the serialization. So quote unquote the Unity way. Can provide the full scene. All right, so this loads it in the background. All right, loads the scene in the background as a current scene run. This is particularly good for creating loading screens. You could also load the scene by using scene builder index. Wait until the asynchronous scene fully loads. Start a coroutine. So this might be tricky to teach students first as well. All right, load scene parameters. All right, let's close some of these. I have a lot of things open here. So I'm gonna do it using load scene, and then we'll switch to load scene actions. Oh, no worries, Rave. Let me get that for you. This is just to prevent the spammers. There we go. Yeah, George, that's exactly right. So George over there saying like, well, you should make a class, you know, called Scene Changer that does it. Scene asset. Yeah. So I do want to get to doing editor stuff, custom editor stuff, and I'm probably going to get to that in this project as well. But scene picker. So the one thing I'm curious, load asset path, can we access things? You must be able to access things that are outside of resources. Cool. I'm gonna bookmark this. This looks like it's gonna be good to look at for me later. Thank you so much, Rave. I appreciate you doing that research for me. It's always a pleasure to have you on. It's always, so one of the things I love about streaming, I haven't been doing it that long, but I get all sorts of people helping me out who are better than me. Because I'm not the best Unity developer. I'm definitely not a game developer at all. I wouldn't even consider myself a game developer. I think I'm a pretty solid programmer, but I'm pretty new to C#. And so it's just always nice getting people to help me with that stuff. So yeah, I'm a pretty solid programmer. I've been programming for over 25 years at this point. Professionally programming since I was like 16. 16 was like, I guess you could count, like I made some games when I was really young that I sold to like a handful of people that I like were strangers on the internet. But I started doing freelance work when I was 16, and then just sort of been doing that ever since. Yeah, I'm doing unit tests as well. So that's a big part of the project that I'm going to make my students do. They're going to have the unit test to sort of give them confidence that it's working. So unit testing, figuring out how to do unit testing in Unity was kind of painful. But yeah, unit testing is so good. It's so good because you go, okay, did I break anything? Oh, cool, not yet. Not yet. If it's not broken, you're not trying. If it ain't broke, you're not trying. All right, so let's figure out how to transfer stuff between it. Game dev is such a unique. I saw someone post, listening to a podcast or watching some video, someone talk about how game dev, and it truly is like the culmination, the combination of so many different disciplines. There's programming, there's art, there is like world building. There's so many things about game dev, and one person said in the future they think that game devs will actually be called like world builders. I don't actually agree with that, but I thought that was a really cool take on it, because we don't call authors world builders, we call them authors. Surely they're world builders. Tolkien was a world builder. George R.R. Martin's a world builder, but we typically call them authors still. So I don't think we'll ever really call game devs world builders, but maybe. What am I doing? Scene manager. Scene parameters. I'm curious. This struct collects all the create scene parameters into a single place. Well, this isn't particularly helpful. Struct. Well, what does a create scenes parameters? All right, let's look at that. Create scene parameters. Do I need to? Oh, can't name it params. Interesting. All right. Not helpful, but scene utility was the other one. I was curious if that was going to be helpful. We'll see what happens as the metaverse becomes real within VR. So that's kind of true. That's kind of true. All right, this isn't helping me. Well, we'll try Google again. All right, close down some of these tabs. Try and keep myself from getting too distracted. Unity scene scene transfer objects. Transfer state. How to save state between scenes in Unity. How to pass data and reference string. So my thing's serializable, so I should be able to do that. I shouldn't have to pass like the whole object, but maybe I can. How many pass? I've tried the following. I don't want to use player prefs. I don't want to do that. There are many ways to do this, but the solution to this depends on the type of data you want to pass from different components, scripts, and game objects. Rave, I don't know how to elevate you so you can post links. I'm sorry. How do I unpause you? 33 messages delivered by a moderator. Oh my goodness. Rave, I'm so sorry. Oh, Rave, you got all of your messages deleted. I am so sorry. Here's what we're gonna do for now, just because I don't know how to do this yet. Unban Rave. All right, so I've unbanned you. All right, I think I made you a mod. I'm new to Twitch. I really don't know that much. I've been using Twitch essentially for like a month. Thank you. I'm so sorry about that. Don't destroy on load. Okay. This is the terrible way. Do not destroy the target object when loading a new scene. So I don't know that I want to do that. I kind of want to just like transfer it, but so like, can I serialize and reload? Yuck. Yeah, so it's like, I don't think I want to find a good way to do it, because this just encourages really bad practice. You're like, well, I don't want this object to be destroyed between scenes. In this answer, you can find use static keyword, use don't destroy on load, store the loadable data. So static. Yeah, pure singleton can be rough too. So it's more like I want to transfer. So the data I'm transferring. So check it out. The data I'm transferring happens to be. So I've done this in a relatively what I would consider a good spot. My player character, the thing that I want to transfer. George, thank you so much for hanging out. Have a beautiful day, my friend. I'll see you next time. The thing I want to transfer isn't a like object in the scene, so it isn't actually an object in the scene. I just need to transfer the data across to this thing. But yeah, like a game manager tends to be like how you would do it. But I have something that I just want to pass between the scenes. It's not a it's actually not an object in the scene. So that's, but it has some state associated with it. So I'm just trying to figure out how to transfer it between. So, yeah, it's not a game object. So in fact, in my character builder down here, I construct it right before I go to my new scene. So I'm going to construct this thing, and the idea is I hand this off to my next scene. So I really want. So what I could do, I could have a singleton Yeah. So I'm trying to do this as like the data model in an intelligent way. Built-in primitive data types such as int, bool. Everything is anti-pattern, exactly. Look, so singletons aren't horrible because a singleton might be the correct answer here, because what you do is you say, okay, well, when this thing starts up, I want to select a state management for WebGL. I want to select state management for desktop. I want to select state management for mobile, because those are going to be like the different ways you manage it. So there's this idea of like, maybe I have a singleton called like some kind of manager that I'm going to create that manages the state. So like a game state manager might be what I'd call it. But I don't. Yeah. I don't want to do this. What was the third option? Save to local storage, then load during next thing. This is sort of what I want to do. Use player pref, serialize it into JSON, and save using one of C# file APIs. We are going to. Where's my show mod icons? Or my mod icons off? We got a spammer here. Why can't I? There you are. Ban. There we go. So like my object is serializable. So I just want to transfer it between scenes. Putting it in player prefs feels a little bit weird. Oh, you think they were memeing? Oh, well. I missed it. Can we unban that person? I'm so sorry. Oh, I missed it. Sorry. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Ray, for doing that. MJT, I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention. I thought it just said hot singles in your area, not hot singletons. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I didn't even really read the whole message. I just saw hot singles in your area. Oh boy. Well, anyway, I apologize for that. Singletons can warrant a ban. Absolutely. MJT, I apologize. Please forgive me. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, this is more along the lines of what I want, but in WebGL mode. Scriptable objects. They live only in. Someone else said scriptable object was some. So I've seen scriptable object before. Someone yesterday was saying this was probably what I wanted to use. One of the main use cases for scriptable objects is to produce your project's memory usage by avoiding copying values. Was you, Rafe? Yeah. Thank you. This was like yesterday, I think. This is useful if your project has a prefab that stores unchanged. Oh, it doesn't work in WebGL. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. I can. So I think what we talked about before was using player prefs to do it. Because we can serialize this to a JSON. All right. So it has nowhere to live in the browser. Gotcha. Store the data local. Okay. So I think maybe we do that for now. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna write a better serialized method. I think that's the way to do it, is say, okay, this is our current player, and the player character object we're just gonna byte encode. All right, so that's what we're gonna do. in my player character, I'm actually going, rather have a JSON, I'm going to call it, I'm just going to have a thing called encode and decode. All right, so I am going to turn it to JSON, but then I'm going to encode it as a byte string to save space, so it's not going to be as big. So we're going to potentially, so this allows us to potentially compress, like you could potentially zip it up, turn it into a thing, but we are going to string as JSON, but we want to byte encode it. And just to help myself remember how to do this, we're going to do C# string base64 to ASCII. So this is sort of where like my password comes into play too. I kind of want to make it so people can have sort of like their character password that they can send. So we're gonna do this. Okay, so this will encode it. And the other thing that's cool is you can sort of have your, I'm gonna be able to teach my students about byte encoding, all right? Which is kind of fun as JSON. I don't want to get bytes, I want to get string. All right, so this will be get string, takes in bytes. All right, maybe this isn't what I want. I want it to be like ASCII. Encoding dot ASCII. Get chars. Interesting. I'm curious here. Let's keep looking. Get chars. Maybe we do want to do UTF-8, but I think ASCII is more fun. Let's do UTF-8. Get bytes as JSON. So we're going to turn this into bytes. Which is interesting here. Not quite what I wanted. I wanted to turn it into a string. Is that right? Get all the bytes back and then those. I guess I could just store this in player prefs. Well, we'll do that real quick. All right, we create the character, player prefs dot okay, and really player character should be 1. So I'm gonna add in a static thing into our player class, I think. Public static string store player character. So this is gonna store our player character. This will return a bool if it was successful, I suppose. So player prefs dot save, right? It's all modified preferences. Set string character to character. Then we got to encode it. String encoded equals character or encode character. Should not name things character. Encoded. Like this. And this will like set the current character. So store. Does this return anything? Doesn't. And then we return true. So this will essentially return false if some exception happens somewhere. And then we do public static player character restore. And this will just pull it out of memory. So if player prefs what happens is say player refs dot pregs refs dot get string. Returns it if it exists. I'm curious what the default value is. Character. String encoded. All right. And we will do an if player prefs dot as key character. So we're going to say if it doesn't, we can't restore it, so we'll throw an exception. System.operation invalid operation exception. So we cannot load a player. No player character found. Okay. No player character found. So the cool thing here is, since I'm doing it this way, if I decide to use something that isn't player prefs later, I can update it here. So the idea is we have a store and restore option inside of player character, and I can put this everywhere. And then if I change how I'm storing it, I can only have to modify it in this one place. And then we will do a decode encoded, and we'll return that. So I should be able to store and restore based on that. And I probably should give a warning when you click create that it's going to overwrite it or something along those lines. So in this game, you can only have one. Right now, you can only have one game state. So I might make it so you have 3 save slots, like the old Pokemon games. Okay. So in this case, we create a player character, and then we do player character dot store character. Then we're going to load the town scene. Okay. So, and then in the town scene, we can restore it here. This is cool. This is cool. I'm pretty happy about this. I think I'm pretty happy about this. Let's save. And we're going to make our player character control. I'm going to add a little flag on this script that says, that allows us to load. So we'll do a public field, serialized field. We're going to do a public, put this above my on state change, public bool, load from storage on load. I don't know if that's a good name, but the idea is this is a flag that says whether or not we should be loading up this, load the character from storage when this object enters the universe, essentially. All right, so the idea is then on start, rather than doing this thing here, it'll load it from the player storage. So we'll say if load from storage on load. I need a better variable name. Player character is going to be equal to player character dot restore. So this is going to pull it out of the player prefs or wherever we happen to do it. Otherwise, it sets it sort of to a default value. And because player character is now serializable, I could actually do the following. I could do field, serialized field, private, public. Well, I don't want to make it public, actually. Private. Oh, we already have player character. What I can do is actually just add a field, serialized field here. So this makes it so I can use properties. So notice here that this is not it's not a field. So this variable here, load, it's not a variable. This is actually, I should put this underneath the constructor if I'm being consistent. This is a property. So it has a getter and setter. And if you just put serialized field on it, it's like, well, this is a property, this doesn't do anything. But if you put a field in front, it says, hey, the underlying field, make that serialized. So like it works well with auto properties. All right. So up here, I actually don't need field, serialized field, but if I put it there, it works fine anyway. So there we go. So I'm gonna actually, since my player character is now serializable, I can add it to the editor, which is kind of cool. I think, maybe. Oh, it's not serializable. Let me go to my player character here, actually. If I mark this as serializable, all of the components of my player character is serializable. All right. I think should end up with this in there. Player character, yeah. So now we have all of this stuff, which is beautiful. Yeah, because no one teaches good practices for Unity. Very few people teach good practice for Unity. So I remember you can watch a video from like 2 weeks ago where I'm going, I freaking hate this. This is driving me nuts, because good practice is all of your public things, the things you want them to be properties, and now I have to like make a backing field. It was driving me crazy, and I kept digging and I found it in the documentation. So I was really, really happy to find it. So we're gonna make this one that it's gonna load the character from storage on start. And did I get rid of my start in my player character controller? I don't actually need this anymore. Since it's serializable, it should be able to just like make a default one. Although the default one is pretty nasty, because it's just empty everything. All right, let's. It's not saved yet, but let's go to my character creator scene. Let's save this scene. When I click create character, it should load my character in. And now I think it saves in your unit, in your player prefs, Bob. Or let's do like, let's see here, G. It's so nice to hear from you. I didn't do anything particularly interesting with generation. I just used Dolly. I didn't really talk about it much. But G, it's so nice to see you. I don't know if I've said Happy New Year yet, but Happy New Year, Happy Wednesday. I'm so happy to have you here. So we'll name this character. I do also want to like a random name generator in here at some point, so maybe I'll add that in. Magia. There we go. Let's see if we can get some better stats. I want to get some green stats. If you get green, it's like less. I think it's less than 1% green. I want to get 90. That was a mistake. I probably shouldn't have done that. Come on, baby. There we go. Ooh, that's a nice little bug here that I didn't notice before. So there's a bug in my prefab there that when I have double digits in this, it's not working. So I should make a little note of that somewhere. So in my abilities, I'm gonna add this in here. I need to put it somewhere. Yeah, it's so addictive. It truly is addictive in my mind. So new file, we're gonna call this to-dos.markdown. To-do list. Oh no, come on. My keyboard input stopped responding. Yeah, absolutely. I love, so like Baldur's Gate, I would sit there for years. It's intended. Yeah. To-do list. One, bug in character creator slash ability score label, where if modifier is greater than one character, does not display properly. All right, so the easy fix would just be to make the thing slightly bigger. All right. So let's see if we can create character. And my player controller here. There I have Geomachia with the sprite key and my ability scores all loaded up in there. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I'm really happy with that. Okay, so we have that done. How we transfer between scenes using, I feel like I'm doing like waving my hand across. I don't know if you guys can see that too well, but doing magic here to get it into the new scene. Excellent. Excellent. And I think technically if I start up in my town now, it should be saved in my personal player prefs. Is that right? Or am I going to get an exception? Yeah, so like that character is now saved, which is beautiful. And so now when I'm moving between scenes, it'll be okay. I don't know that I like it being that raw JSON, but I'm okay for now. It should be relatively small. My player character data isn't big. Beautiful. Okay, so let's look at what is next. Create a town hub scene. So technically I've kind of done all of this. My bonus, well, let's save. Let's do a commit. I'm trying to use this editor is a little bit nice. I'm trying to be better about my commits rather than adding everything all in one giant commit. So we added backgrounds here. Chore, add town background. Commit that in. In our script, are these all essentially related? We needed scene management. So we do this here. MJT, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're enjoying this. I'm assuming you're enjoying it. So welcome aboard. If you haven't done so yet, feel free to join the Captain Coders Academy Discord, where I post my updates. I let people know when I'm going live. And also you'll get access to giving me feedback on this project. So my tutorial, not even really a tutorial, but the project I'm putting together, I'm writing a write-up to help people do this, to create this project. So I'd love to hear your feedback on this portion if you want to go through the process of creating it yourself. So this player character, this should be a separate thing because we've made player character, yeah. Player character here, we've added in the store, restore, encode, and decode, as well as the player character controller. We've made it so that you can load it. So, okay, so player character and player character controller, this will be one commit together. Player character controller. And what we've done with this is feature add utilities for saving and loading character between character. Okay. Add an encode, decode to player character. Add a store/restore to player character. Update player. Add Boolean in our player character controller. Well, mark player character as serializable, and then add load from storage. Honestly, don't think that needs to be load from storage on load. Load from storage to player character controller. And I'm thinking there might actually be a little option that's like when the scene gets unloaded, that maybe I have a boolean that says like save on unload. So like it'll automatically add that to your player pref. So if you have a player controller in a scene, it sort of can control it moving to different scenes. That's just a thought I'm having. All right, so we got those changes in. This one here is then I actually added in my character builder, making it load the new scene. Yeah, so feet. Well, I shouldn't commit all of that again. Let's add this to-do list. Sure, add to-do.md for tracking to-dos. Well, I just did the wrong thing. Ah! All right. I don't want to go back and that's okay. I'm not going to deal with uncommitting. Feet, add transition from character creator scene. Add transition to town from creator. There we go. Whew. All right, that was a lot. That was a lot. We're trying to stay organized. We're trying to be good. Trying to do the right thing. I'm gonna need to take another break here in just a minute. But I'm gonna try and think about what I want to do next. All right, so my bonus. So I have a town scene hub and I can transfer the player character. So I've finished my goal for today, which is exciting. Creating a weapon shop scene. Think about player equipment. Think about player inventory. All right, so my goal. All right, so what I want to really think about the equipment. So my player should be able to have weapons, and armor, and an inventory. So I'm gonna start with just weapon. I'm gonna add a weapon to my weapon data model. So to be able to have a weapon shop, I kind of need a weapon data model, and I need a way to populate the weapons. So I need to think about how weapons work next. All right, but I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm almost out of tea. I'm gonna brew myself a little bit more tea. Been going for I think I've been going for about an hour since the last break. But stay tuned. I'll be right back. If you haven't done so, feel free to join the Discord, chat with each other, and have a beautiful time. I'll be right back. Enjoy the sweet sound of Stream Beats lo-fi music. All right, we are back. Thank you for your patience. Sorry to take the break. I'm trying to be healthier. Yesterday I streamed for I think 4 hours straight, which I think was pretty bad for me. So trying to keep myself honest, take breaks. I have carpal tunnel, so part of it is helping with my carpal tunnel. Making sure I stay hydrated. I think I got dehydrated yesterday, so make sure I have water in addition to tea and not drinking too much coffee. We're on our third cup. Yeah. So I have a really sweet keyboard. I have a Kinesis Advantage. Overnight fixed my problems. I have like back issues too, but my back issues are gone now. I'm at a standing desk, which I feel stupid for not getting a standing desk sooner. Almost overnight, all of my back pain went away. But like stretching, and I had like a brutal workout on Monday, so my quads are so achy, and so since I'm standing, it's like I can barely move when I get done. So doing a little stretch break and stuff too is good for me. But yeah, yesterday I did a 4.5 hours. I think I almost did it straight. I think I'm gonna take one break, but we got some chamomile tea this time. Oh yeah, I try and warn my students so much when I see them with bad typing habits. I blame Emacs really for most of my carpal tunnel. I love Emacs, but I've sort of stopped using it. Learning curve is too hard. If I could get my students to use Emacs, I would. But yeah, carpal tunnel can be brutal. I don't have any pain in it. Like when I'm typing and stuff, I have a really nice ergonomic keyboard. Don't want to, not sponsored by Kinesis or anything, but if you want like the best, in my opinion, the best, it's ergonomic keyboard. It's like $400. I've had it for 12 years now. One keyboard, totally worth it. In my opinion, it has like foot pedals and stuff attached to it. The layout's a little weird to get used to, but man, once you get it, you got it. Oh man, the only reason I switched away from 3 years ago I started teaching. It's the only reason I switched away from Emacs is because I can't get my students to use it. But yeah, I love Emacs. I imagine there'd be the same issue though with C#. That's right, you were telling me about your keyboard. I think there's only 4 on this, maybe 6. Pretty easy to open up and get into. Okay, so before we get too distracted, let's look at what we're gonna do. Maybe, oh yeah, I wanna add in an inventory type system. So player character is going to have like an equipment that they can access. All right, so player character. We need this idea of equipment. So we have abilities, we have our sprite key, we have our name. We need equipment. So we sort of have this idea of like a hierarchy. Visual Studio, I use VS Code because my students, I need to be able to support essentially cross-platform, Mac, Windows, Linux. And so VS Code seems to work really, really nice in general across those things. The main reason I use it for C# is basically, I would use Visual Studio if we were on Windows only, because that's really, if you get a job doing C#, you're probably .NET stuff, you're probably going to be on Windows using VS Code or like Writer or something. Fido, yeah, I got it working. Here, I'll show you real quick. The main problem is that the extension is deprecated. So not maintained, but it works. Oh, it works with this one here. Rave, there's an experimental package. Ooh, good to know. I have it working with this one. You got a link, Rave? And Fido, is it phi.exe? Oh, it's phi.exe. I think that's what it is. Unity, let's go. Unity debugger. See, this is the only one, debugger for Unity. This one here. Ah, okay. All right, here we're gonna give this a try. Anyone who is interested, if you like watching game dev stuff, you should check out fi.exe. How do I, if there's a shout out? How do I give a shout out? Someone tell me. Announce. Can I shout out a person? I don't know how to do it. I'm so new to Twitch. I don't know how to do anything. Anyway, shout out to fi.exe. Go subscribe. Let's go follow. Yeah, I don't have a /SO. But I'm gonna put it as shout out to them anyway. Ooh, thank you for doing that. I don't know how you did that, but thank you so much. Definitely follow fi.exe. I was watching them stream this morning. They're an Italian game developer. They're building this awesome strategy, tactics, 3D grid-based tactics style game. It looked awesome. I only got to see for about an hour, but definitely go check out fi.exe stuff. I'm really excited to see what they produce. Yeah, awesome stuff. I'm really excited to see more. But yeah, I'm essentially new to Twitch as well. I've been aware of Twitch for about 6 years, maybe 7 years, something like that. But I've only really been streaming consistently since December. Before that, I don't think I did any streaming on Twitch. Really, like I did a couple times when I was doing game jams. I streamed. All right, let's see if we get the debugger working here. Just to demo it out, let me uninstall this deprecated one. All right, let's install the experimental package. It's a fork. Okay, cool. All right, we're gonna install this, and Fi.dot, I'm gonna show you, and anyone watching, not just Fi.dot, but since Fi.dot asked, I want to show you how to get it working. So this is my first time using it, so it's probably gonna blow up on me here. But essentially, the way I would do it before, if it's just an extension of it, you open up the command palette, and you attach Unity debugger. All right. And then you're going to select your window. I have on Windows here, it's telling me, hey, this thing wants to connect. So I'm going to click allow. And let's try again. We're going to attach the debugger, and you want to make sure you connect it. Oh, Rave, I need a debugger big time too. We connect to it here, and then that is not working. It's not working. All right. So last time this happened, I just had to restart Unity. I think maybe it's because I need to be in debug mode. Let me switch to debug mode in Unity. And then I'm going to try reattaching. If that doesn't work, I'm going to restart Unity. Because earlier on in the stream, I was having trouble having Unity attached to it. Let's try reconnecting here. It says it's attached, but I don't believe it because I'm not getting any real output. Let me add in a breakpoint in player character. So when we go to restore the character at the start of this scene, we have a breakpoint set. So it should stop there, and I'm expecting it not to at this point. So this should be like immediately on the script booting up. Yeah, it did not stop. So let us stop this. Last time I had to exit Unity to get it to reattach. It's probably because I've, G says I can live with print statements. You think, yeah, so once you start using a debugger, you think that until you've used a debugger enough, and then you start realizing how sad it is. Not sad. How frustrating. Once you have used a debugger and you've gotten used to using it, and you've gotten used to that style of debugging, print line debugs just don't cut it anymore. The stepping, yeah, and well, it's being able to see the whole state at the same time, because the print line debugger is like, oh, well, now I need to rerun it again to see this thing. And then in addition to debugging, using tests, unit testing is the other piece that is just critical. We don't want to do that. We want to load this from Unity here. All right, so now I'm going to try attaching the debugger, see if I can get that working. Wait for everything to load. VS Code, I have so many things going on. I should uninstall this F# thing. It always starts up whenever I have but I've been trying to learn F#, so. All right, done loading. So now I'm gonna try attaching the Unity debugger. There we go. So if you don't get all of this output, it means it's not attached. Yeah, the old one's disabled. It's just for whatever reason, when I switch out of it, yeah, FIDOT, their print line debugging can be helpful, of course. And that's like usually the first thing I do is I do a little bit of print line debugging to start. And then I go, okay, well, this is much worse than I had anticipated. So let's get into it, right? So I want to stop here. I don't need these ones anymore. I'm going to kill those. But let's come in and do our debugger. Debug mode is slow as hell. Yes, that's what I was experiencing earlier. I didn't realize I was in debug mode, but I was going like, why is it taking 30, 40 seconds for stuff to go on? And I realized it was in debug mode. So you'll notice the script has stopped here. It's saying I'm about to do this. And so now I can modify and look at my state. So we can step over, step over, step over. We click continue. And now we're back and we're running. Yeah. So I installed the extension. The issue is once I switch out of, so I think the issue is when I switch out of debug mode. So I'm like, okay, I don't want to be debugging anymore. I'm no longer attached. I'm pretty sure if I tried to reattach it, well, it's reloading script assemblies. I think the issue is now when I go to reattachment, it won't work. Running with debug mode off is super fast. Yeah. All right, so now we're gonna see if I can reattach. I think the bug is that I can't reattach. Yeah, so I cannot reattach once I have deattached the debug mode. But let's see what happens if I turn on debug mode this way. So that's really annoying, that switching. So notice I'm in debug mode, but I don't have like a check mark or something going here. Yeah, so there seems to be an issue here. Let me see if I need to reload, if I can do it with just reloading VS Code. All right, so we want to see. Let's reload this window, because it'd be nice to know exactly how to solve this problem, what's the fast way to solve this problem, and if we can just prevent the problem from happening altogether. Let's try and attach the debugger. I'm gonna wait for this all to load. It's a fun little experiment to figure out how to get the debugger working here. I'm really happy I got this working too, because as I said, most of my students, especially the students who I had last term, like in the fall term, they were all using VS Code, and so this is for just a C# class, and so they know how to use the debugger in VS Code, and not all of them are on Windows, and so I think it'd be hard to support using different editors, but it'll be helpful in my class to do it this way. Let's see if I attach it now. Yeah, so it like doesn't want to attach. Yeah, so I have found that VS Code works really well between them. I'm gonna try hitting play in a second here. I've just turned on debug. What I'm noticing, it has like this exclamation point, whereas before I had like a green checkbox. So it's not attaching. I think there's just a setting So when the first time I attach it, I think there's a setting that I need to do that says like make it work for all things, and I'm selecting like use it for this session only. So it is being stubborn. We are gonna try. Let's see if I'm curious if I just restart Unity, if that'll solve it. So maybe I don't need to restart both Unity and VS Code. So we're gonna restart Unity and see if we can attach to it then. And I think the issue is there's like a make it work for all. Yeah, I don't know. So we're debugging. It'd be nice to have a debugger for this, but we're debugging this process so that I can understand what the heck's going on. All right, so we're in. Oh no, did I not save my town? Okay, there it is. It's like, did I not save my town scene? I did. All right, so I did, this time I restarted Unity, but I didn't restart VS Code. Maybe you're right. Maybe I do need to click this. But let's see here. Let's go ahead. We're gonna attach to Unity. And I get all this stuff coming out. And so I think the thing is I'm clicking enable debugging for this session. So now I know I don't have to restart VS Code. I do need to restart Unity. When Unity is in debug performance switch, you can enable debug temporarily for this editor session. Switch it on for all projects or cancel attaching the debugger. If you switch it on for all projects, you can change it later in the code optimization on startup. So I don't want it on all the time, but let's see. Let's see what happens if I enable. So notice, I know it's working because I have this check mark down here now. So it's like, okay, I'm attached. It's attached to the debug server. So that's a good sign. I think you're right though, because I noticed it was generating a bunch of stuff. All right. So now if I want to switch to release mode, it reloads it for not debug mode. So now it doesn't have the debug information. You'll notice VS Code detached. All right, what happens if I try and attach it again? See, it's not really attached. Oh, this looks promising though. Let's see here if it actually attaches. Did not actually attach, so it's not connected to anything. I know it's not connected because I have this sort of warning and I don't know how to make that not have a warning. But let's not run and debug. Try and connect it here. No, it doesn't want to connect. I don't know. Yeah, so did not. Well, let's try it. So that's an interesting, annoying little thing. I'm glad I can reproduce the issue though. So if you can't reproduce the issue, then you end up in a lot more trouble. So reproducibility is important, but it didn't stop. And so I'm sad. Yeah, so we'll disconnect it. Interesting. Attached to Unity. It was sort of like when I clicked run. Well, we are running. Bummer. Okay, so it's a little bit trickier, but I know that if I want, so one thing I can tell students is, because you don't necessarily want to always be running in debug mode because it is slower. It is slower. So I'm going to try restarting Unity one more time. At least I know that when I need to debug, if I restart the project, but this takes a while to load, that I can get to the debug mode. So ideally though, your unit tests are catching most stuff and your debugger is just when awkwardness is happening. So it's a little, so I know how to fix the issue, quote unquote fix. I know how to, I have a workaround that's not horrible, although I'm a little It's starting in debug mode now, which is a little frightening. There we go. But it connects. So we start up in debug mode. Fido just learned that he was in debug mode the whole time. Yeah, so your load times will be so much faster if you're not in debug mode. So probably what happened is you connected to it at some point, switched to debug mode, and now our debugger's attached. Oh, this is interesting. If I detach, it says not attached. Can I attach it a second time? I can't. So there's a problem with when it detaches, it's not able to reattach the second time. It'd be nice to not have that issue. But it seems to be related to Unity somehow, not being able to reconnect. I don't think it's, maybe it is just an issue with them communicating with each other, but my gut is kind of telling me it's actually a Unity issue, not necessarily. Maybe not. I'd be curious. Maybe I should boot this up in Visual Studio and see if I have the same issue. Anyway, Fido, now you know that's how you can connect the editor to debug mode. I want to let's not stay in debug mode here. I'm gonna have to change that in my settings because now it's like always in debug mode, which is much slower. So preferences, debug. Should have paid attention to the error message. Section contains dialogue and user troubleshoot internal problems in Unity. Let's not do that. Bugger. Oh. Attach. Maybe it's not in preferences. Is it in project settings? Debugger. Okay, so now I gotta look up how to turn off global debug mode. Unity. Disable global debug mode. I don't even know what it's called. How to use debug without affecting performance. Interesting. Well, maybe. How to disable. I shouldn't have clicked this button. Maybe I could go back and rewatch. Someone go back, rewatch the stream. Tell me what it told me. Unity debugger on all projects. All right. Here's our friendly manual. RTFM. Read the friendly manual. External tools, breakpoints, debugger in Unity. Attach code with a debugging feature. Debug mode, which you can use to attach external debugger software, but gives slower C# performance when you run your project in play mode, which gets faster. But you cannot attach any external debuggers. Code optimization on startup. There it is. So in preferences, code optimization. Well. All right, well, where is this in general? Why is it not? All right, general, code optimization on startup, release. All right. Script changes while playing. Ooh, this is cool. I didn't know this was a setting. I always hate this recompile and continue playing. I don't know if I like that. It drives me nuts. I'm going to change to recompile after finish playing or stop playing and recompile. I think I want it to stop playing and recompile because that's essentially what I always do anyway. It's always nice to find some cool interaction mode. Default, I don't know what that does. Let's not break anything. Create game view on play. Graph snapping, busy progress delay. Enable play mode tooltips. Autosave scene before building. Boom, there's some good stuff here. Oh, you found, oh, Rave, you, thank you for going back and making a clip. I appreciate it. That's funny. Okay, so we're here. We don't need the debugger right now. We know that I have to, restart the debugger. Joys of streaming while I'm at work. That's beautiful. Well, thank you for that. I have my settings here. So I'm hoping now when I reboot this project, it will not be in debug mode. Second monitor entertainment, yeah. So streaming's interesting because I try to keep everything on one screen. One of the main reasons I've started streaming, the reason I started recording myself streaming previously was I'm teaching a class called Intro to Competitive Programming next term. And a big part of that is like, I want students to watch the process. How did I do this? And so the main reason I actually started streaming was so that I have myself doing the process on coding puzzles. And so I kind of want to keep everything on one monitor, but I'm a 2-monitor person. I actually have 2 monitors. If my brain could handle it, I'd probably do 3 monitors. Chicka Wow, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. I hope you're enjoying what you're seeing. If not, no worries. It's not for everyone, but I'm assuming since you clicked follow, there's some enjoyment happening. Feel free to ask questions. And I always like to say that I am not by not any means a Unity expert at all. I'm not a game dev expert at all either. I'm sort of, in a lot of ways, a noob with game dev and Unity. I've been using Unity maybe for 2 years, but it's always been in very hacky ways, doing like these short game jams where I'm like, I'm just gonna throw it away. It'd be fun to play around. So I know kind of, but I don't know the like quote unquote scalable right way to do things. And so my goal here is build a prototype to understand how to do it and focusing on good practices, trying to do good practices. Cool. Good to know. I've done very little game development. When I was a kid, I always wanted to be a game developer. I got older and then I wanted to be, a music teacher. And then I ended up being a computer science teacher because unfortunately, music is not really appreciated in the school system, which is sad. And it's just too frustrating for me. But I love teaching, so I'm a computer science teacher, and I'm teaching a Unity class, so I'm trying to learn the how to do it well. So here we are. We are working on coming up. Okay, so now that we got nice and distracted, ooh, Rave got another answer. VS Code debugger not attaching to Unity under proper. I've come back to Unity after months and discovered that VS Code no longer wants to play ball with Unity. The debugger for Unity Extended is installed and update, but when running the Unity editor launch option, the debugger detaches moments after launching. While playing, none of my breakpoints are hit. I've tried filling with a bit. So like, yeah, it works on the first one. I have same problem. To Mac OS preferences. On Mac, I had to run Unity in admin mode to attach debugger. So here's the thing, I can. Yeah, maybe. Let's try it. Because you're right, when we boot up Unity, it does that. It does regenerate your project file, I think, when it starts up. All right, so let's try it. We're able to attach our debugger once, essentially is what it is. This causes Unity to say, do you want to enable it? I'm going to click enable, which causes everything to reload. All right, let's get a little distracted again. I reached my goal for today, so I'm not too worried about it. All right, the issue now becomes, okay, when I'm done, I'm happy it's attached. When I'm done debugging, go ahead and detach my debugger. Now it's like I'm not detached, and now I'm unable to reattach to Unity without restarting Unity. let's go down to the debug console. Oh, hey, it attached that time. So it does attach. Okay, so the debugger is happy to attach and reattach. So I think, so I think here's the, Rave, I think here's the issue. When I switch to release mode. All right, so I'm gonna switch to release mode. Now when I try to attach the debugger, it's gonna just say that it's gonna say, hey, I attached to the Unity process, but it's not really attached, and it's gonna disconnect in a moment here. So now, before it would communicate with Unity and say, hey, can you start up your server? So I think what's happening is there's like a debug server that gets launched when you start this up. And this now, since I think it's already running, or it's like trying to find a process, something along those lines. So it's reloading my script assemblies. Let me give that a second to finish. All right. Now if I try to attach, it like can't find it. It found a process, it's trying to attach that process, but I think that there is a debug server running that has like a different like PID, a different process ID than was previously there. And so I think that's what's happening. So I'm curious if regenerating, let's see if I break everything. Let's see, I have some thoughts. All right, so if I actually close down VS Code, one of the things that I think that happens is when you open up VS Code, when you like double click on something to use an external editor, I think it will regenerate our project files. Like this whole process of it loading will regenerate. So I'm curious if just exiting VS Code will work. Reloading the VS Code window doesn't work, but that doesn't kill the process. So it like does some caching stuff when you do just a reload. So I'm curious here if now I can attach. So notice there's like several Unity things going on here. No, that did not work. That did not work. Okay. Let me manually run it. All right, so let's try detaching this. Let's go into project settings, external, is it general? Maybe it's preferences. All right, edit, preferences. We're gonna go to external tools. And let's regenerate our project files. Okay, well let's click it one more time just to make sure. I'm gonna reload this window just to make sure it gets all the new stuff propagated through. I'm surprised that that didn't do anything over here. Now I'm gonna try attaching once it's done loading. All right, attach. Nope, that's super annoying. So the issue is as soon as we shut down debug mode, we can no longer attach to it. So there seems to be maybe we, say, okay, if you're running into issues where you're having slow performance, just leave the debugger enabled. But if essentially what's happening is if we disable the debugger, we get sad and we have to. What's interesting is when I disable debug mode that way, Unity, like, they are communicating somehow. But this would be nice. So how to reproduce the error, we know how to reproduce it. We know things that don't work. So we're in like a semi-reasonable place. And it'd just be nice to be able to switch between debug and release mode. I'd be curious, Rave, if this is the same for you. Like if you had Unity open, I'd be really curious if you could reproduce it. Super Gamer over on YouTube, happy Wednesday, my friend. Thanks for popping in. If you're curious, if you want to join everyone else in the chat on Twitch, feel free to join on Twitch. Wrong link. You don't have to join on Twitch, but sometimes I miss the chat on YouTube. I mostly stream to YouTube just to keep it as an archive since Twitch doesn't keep it after 7 days. But feel free to pop over to Twitch too if you'd like to. So happy Happy Wednesday, my friend. Happy New Year to you, and welcome aboard. So we just restarted. We'll try one more time. See if we get the debugger to attach. I'm curious what would happen if I use one of these things too, because part of me is thinking that it's creating a new session. So I'm curious here. Let's see what happens if I attach here. Ah. Am I attached to anything interesting? I am. It did attach to my dice roller assembly. So this seemed Royal C-Dub Gaming. That's what I'm gonna say. If I pronounce it wrong, let me know. Hello and welcome. So it looks like, well, it's not showing it attached here, which is fascinating. Well, let's see what happens if I run it. Curious if it'll look at that. It is, but it didn't hit that breakpoint, because there is a breakpoint. It should have stopped here and it didn't. This is fascinating. I have the same problem before. I have solved because I forgot to check the editor attaching. Just has this setting checked. The Unity debug works very well. The setting goes here, Unity, edit, preference, external tools, editor attaching. Gotcha. Royal C-Dub Gaming is the super gamer from YouTube. So welcome to that. Welcome to Twitch. Welcome to the Twitch chat. We are trying to figure out. We've discovered sort of like a buggy thing going on with the Unity debugger with VS Code. So we're trying to figure out how to attach. So I'm curious here. So if I switch to release mode real quick, I have these three things. All right, I'm gonna try and do your settings. Unity, edit, preferences, external tools, and then editor attaching. I don't see what you're referring to. External tools, editor attaching. Or are you saying in VS Code has an editor attaching? Yeah, I don't see an attaching setting here. Let's take a look. And I might just move forward. Here. What we can do, so let's open up workspace settings. Okay, let's open up the workspace settings. Look at Unity. No, nothing in here. Debugger. Or yeah, the Unity debugger doesn't seem to have any knobs we can sort of attach to. Let's check out this link that Rave just sent. Oh, I did set that. Unity puts a lot of, well, so for those just tuning in, chicka wow, it does work, but if I switch out, so let me show you it working. Let me show you the bug again. So it will work the first time. All right, so I'm gonna boot up the dice roller. All right, so Dice Roller happens to be the name of this project I'm working on for Adventure Quest. The VS Code, I'm able to attach. And I don't, so you want to, not necessarily you want to, but I like to be in release mode because my compile times are faster. So everything just runs a bit faster in release mode. And I don't use the debug. I don't have to use the debugger that often, but when I want to, so now I'm able to attach the debugger. So the thing that I'm noticing is interesting is that, so I can join with the debugger here and it connects fine. And it says, hey, we're about to enable debugging. And we click enable debugging and it's happy to do it. I get the blue check mark saying, hey, we're debugging. You're good to go. Everything's happy. The world's jolly. The world is your oyster. Get ready for fun in the sun, right? So it's up, it's working. I can detach the editor just fine, but I'm still in debug mode. I'm curious if I'm not in debugger is enabled. I'm curious how much of this is still connected to this.
So what's happening behind the scenes, there's like a debug server running, and we're actually attaching to the debug server. So we can still attach to it, right? It still attaches. Now I'm attached. The problem that happens is now when I detach, when I disconnect from the debugger here. So even if I'll stop this session here, maybe the issue is I'm debugging while it's like that. If I switch back to release mode, which makes I think it makes my compile times faster because I don't need debug information anymore. So this should make my compile times faster. The issue is now I cannot, once I've released from debug mode the first time, I can no longer attach. So when I go to attach it, it actually says, oh, hey, I'm attached, but I'm not. Unity doesn't know. So I think there's like a debug server sort of still running. Even if I switch to debug mode, I still can't attach. But I'm curious here, something I noticed. All right, so let's unattach this. Something I noticed is that now when I go to attach the, oh, it's not there. I thought it would be. Last time I had several Unity editor options here. But yeah, now I am just unable to attach to the debugger, which is frustrating. And I'm really curious, if I really wanted to check this out, I would open up Visual Studio and try the same thing. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I'll open up Visual Studio and check it out in there and see if it has the same bug. Because then we'll know, is it a VS Code issue or is it a Unity issue? That's what I'm going to do. Let's open up this project in Visual Studio. Visual Studio 2022. Visual Studio is super heavyweight sometimes, so we're going to see if we can do that. Open a project or solution. And we're going to go to my folder here. D drive, get that folder, and then we happen to be in our, the name of this project is Dice Roller. All right, so we're gonna open up the Dice Roller project. All right, we're gonna open this solution, and I think I'm gonna have to regenerate the files from Unity. So I'm curious. Unity was not generated with the Visual Studio tools in your Unity editor. Go ahead and do it. So we're going to try this though. We're going to see Royal C-Dub Game. We're going to try that in a second. I'm going to follow through with this real quick just to see. Regenerate project files. All right. We're going to reload. Okay. My project's loaded and ready. Attached to Unity. So this is my question. Is this a bug? No connection could be made because the target machine actively refused. I think this is a Unity bug. I think this is a Unity bug, not a VS Code thing. I know it's not in dark mode. It's horrible. I'm so sorry. Look, you can actually see like my face change colors because it's so bright. Yeah, so with Visual Studio, I'm 90% sure that this is actually a Unity bug. Not so. Here, let me close this. I'm so sorry for the brightness here. And we're gonna see if I can attach now that I'm in Visual Studio. And my guess is it's gonna let me attach once, and when I switch out of debug mode, I will no longer be able to attach. This is good. And then maybe we can actually create a real bug report, or I could switch to Visual Studio or Unity 2022 and see if it's fixed there. If it's fixed there, then there's not really a huge point. Although this is the long-term support version, it's supposed to be supported to November of this year. So we have Visual Studio here. Let's attach the debugger. There we go. It's happy to attach it. This looks like it's a Unity bug. This looks like it's a Unity bug. My guess is that there's a rogue debug server that's still running in the background. So there we go. And now if I disable this, it should, you know, detach here. It's gonna say, hey, it got detached. Okay. Let's see if I can attach it to Unity again. Loading, 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 loading. All right, so we're gonna switch back. Well, first let's see if I can just click attach. I think it's gonna yell at me saying it can't attach. Target machine could not. So at least we get a sane error message from Visual Studio. We get a sane error message from Visual Studio. I'm gonna switch to debug one. I'm gonna try it. Royal CW Gaming. I'm gonna try it. What do I do after I open file build settings? Okay. I still don't think I'm gonna be able to attach. It's trying to connect on this port. Where did it try to connect before? So it's trying to connect on a port that I don't think is really there. There's a script debugging option. What happens when I do this? Look, there's multiple Unity things out here. So I think what's happening is Unity... Can it connect to that one? I think there's just some rogue servers running. Can it connect to that one? All right, so we're gonna try that. Real CW Gaming, there's a script debug option. Edit. File. Oh, I'm on file build settings. What am I checking here? File build settings. There's a script debug. You might need to... Yeah. Dev build. Check dev build. Well, this is only when you actually do build. This isn't... I don't think this is when you're running, but let's try it. So this is actually, I think, only happens when you actually click this build button. Yeah, I'm 90% sure this is related to like how it's going to build your whole project at the end of the day for deployment. I could be wrong though. We'll try it real quick. We'll try it. I just don't want to click build because that's going to take several minutes to run. Oh, you're saying like maybe if I switch to... Ooh, this is a good... Rave. This is a good... This could potentially be... Let's try switching targets. It would be weird if that was what it is, because it seems to be, you know, under the hood, what's happening when you start up a debug, when you switch to debug mode, is there's a separate program that launches called a debug server. All right, so that debug server sort of sends in, it does information passing between your editor and the program. So then when you compile, it says, oh, I want to build with debug symbols. And then those symbols allow it to say, okay, when I reach this point, go ahead and stop. And so that's why it slows it down, because rather than just running, every time it does anything, it sends information to the debug server. It says, should I do something? Let's give it a shot. Let's see if I can reattach here. No. This is from Royal CW. Royal CW, if you want me to post links, I don't want Nightbot to actually ban you, so feel free to send me direct messages if you send links, and I'll try and post them in the chat. So I apologize that Nightbots... I gotta do that because I've gotten some crazy spam stuff going on in the past. But maybe I can like tone it down. Yeah, it shouldn't change behavior between platforms. I agree. I just thought I'd give it a shot. All right, so anyway, this is not... So it's good to know that it's not a VS Code issue. Right? So I'm glad it's not a Visual Studio Code issue, and that it seems to be actually a Unity issue where you can't start and stop the debug server. All right, so let's close Visual Studio because it's not in dark mode. I could switch it to dark mode. but my students are going to be using, all right, so preferences. Let's switch back to Visual Studio. Let's rebuild the project. Okay. And we're going to have to restart Unity if we want to do some debugging. Which I actually wasn't trying to debug. This has devolved into like an hour explanation, an hour search for what's going on with the debugger. But now at least it's a relatively simple workaround, right? So the workaround is, well, you gotta reload your project. I wonder if there's just like a nice reload in Unity. I'll have to look into it, because what would be nice if there was just like a, you know, restart, you know, Unity option that we could click. Is there, let's see, Unity reload project without exiting. Reload. Using since 2014. This is it's 2 years ago. It might be relevant. Saving, coming back to Unity more often. I get application reload message box. How to reproduce, start debug. This isn't related. I really want, so like, essentially, I want to know if there's something that's similar to this, where I can be like, oh, just reload this window. So it doesn't have to, like, I don't have to exit. Unity. Sorry, I never actually clicked the link. You can use a debugger to inspect. So I'm not having trouble connecting to the debugger. Manage code on all platforms except WebGL. It works with both mono and backend. All these code editors vary. So the reason it's not going to work with, if you're doing like WebGL specific scripts, I think it'll be an issue. You can attach these Unity or Unity player to debug your code. I'm wondering if specify breakpoints. So yeah, Royal CW Gaming, I appreciate all of the stuff you're sending. To change which mode in Unity starts up with, I've changed it there. You control these settings using script. You can also override, attach your code editor to Unity. Code external documentation. When you have attached code, begins return to the Unity and play mode. To compile the Unity player for you to debug. Enable the development build and script debugging options before you build the player. So this specifically in the Unity player you want to attach to it. It's not necessarily in the in the editor. So that's after you build, you should be able to attach to it. So if you want to attach to the Unity player, it's a little bit different. So this would be like you have a compiled thing. Smab, it's so nice to see you, my friend. Happy Wednesday. Things are going well. We are debugging the debugger. We're debugging the debugger. There seems to be an issue with Unity's debug server that if it works the first time you enable the debug server, you can connect to it, but it's a little bit slower on compile times and it runs a little bit slower. So then if you switch back to release mode, it works fine. And then when you switch back to debug mode a second time, you can no longer attach to the server. So we've been playing around for a while, seeing if we can figure out what's going on with that. We've discovered that it's not a VS Code issue, because the issue presents itself between VS Code and Visual Studio, and so it seems to be a Unity issue. And my guess is that the when you disable debug mode, it either doesn't shut down the server, or the server is still running or something like that, or it starts up like a second one and doesn't know how to attach to it. Yeah. So we're just sort of debugging that. Yeah. But Smab, it's so nice to see you. I hope all is going well with you, my friend. Okay. But there's a relatively simple workaround of like, well, you close Unity and you reopen it, and that works fine. And I was kind of hoping there was a way to whatever is sort of caught up in memory. I was kind of hoping you could. There's a button that says just like what is refresh? It does nothing. I was kind of hoping we could just force it to like rerun. Yeah. So, but currently the workaround is to close Unity and then just reopen the project. So doing that fixes the issue. It's the Unity debug server. So it's the same debugger in Visual Studio. So it's not necessarily the debugger. It seems to be a Unity issue with connecting to the debug server. So, but I am, the one I want to use happens to be the Visual Studio, and I'm able to attach it. So check it out. So for VS Code, I'm using this experimental. Can we show just installed? The Unity debugger. So this is the package I'm using. And the way we attach it is we just go, feel free to lurk, check a while. We'll be here, I think, for another 20, maybe 30 minutes to an hour. I sort of finished my gold for today, so I'm not doing a whole much more here. I got to eat breakfast and stuff. Normally I don't quite work. I don't quite stream this long typically, but I go back to work next week, so I'm gonna be streaming longer this week, I think. No worries, Rave. Welcome back. So we can attach the debugger no problem the first time. It's not an issue. I can get it attached. It's that if I want to disable debug mode in Unity for speed purposes, I can't reattach later. I have to restart Unity. So it's not a big deal. It's really not a big deal because the whole process, the workaround takes about 90 seconds to work around. It would just be nice. So we have spent, I think, like 60 to 90 minutes just looking into it a little bit, whereas like the workaround's not that bad. It's just needed to figure out what it was. But we haven't now. So yeah, Royal C-Dub, that's how we connect. So now I'm connected. If I were to run this scene, it'll hit my breakpoint and pause. So in a second here, I get my breakpoint. So I can debug. It's not that I can't debug. It's that it's a little bit annoying that if I switch out of debug mode, I can't reattach. All right, so I can detach this. So it's fine as long as in Unity I stay in debug mode, I can reattach it no problem. So it's still, I can reattach it here and go back in. But as soon as I switch to release mode, if I switch back into debug mode, it doesn't work. So Rave, I don't know if you're here. I was able to replicate it in Visual Studio as well. So it seems to be a Unity issue. It might be a Windows issue, but I can replicate it both in Visual Studio and VS Code. So it seems to be a Unity issue, not an issue with the debugger script. What I'm curious, well, first off, eForest Company, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. Happy Wednesday. Happy New Year. I'm happy to have you here. I hope you're enjoying it. Feel free to ask questions. And if anyone's interested, there is a Discord server that we have a handful of people there. Building community. I'm all about educational teaching stuff. Feel free to hop into the Discord, ask questions, chat with me. Chat with others, share what you're working on. I want to know what everyone else is working on too. Yeah, so here we are. It's not that crazy of an issue. Real quick, I'm really curious. If I open up my task manager, I'm curious if I can find the server that's running, right? So There's got to be a debug server running here that isn't running by default. So let's close this out. I'm curious if I can see it happening. So to help give myself a little bit more information. So we're just exploring here. We're digging into it, seeing if we can figure out. We're debugging the debugger. I think that's funny. I find that to be a very funny little thing going on here. So let's see what happens. So our Unity editor starts up. And I'm curious if I can log, if I can figure out when I start up debug mode, if there's a new thing that shows up over here. Because when I attach this, it has the process ID there. It's saying, hey, I want to attach to this process ID. And when I enable debugging for the session, it's interesting we have this Node.js thing. Part of me thinks that might be, I was hoping it would be under this. So it's not under this, but we know what port it's running on. We can find that port here, I think. Can I do a search down here? Oh, yeah. We can filter. Let's filter by colon. Nope, I don't know how to filter down here, unfortunately. I was really hoping in Visual Studio it was much easier to see the port number. It's really obvious. Let's look here. There's a lot. Can I page up here? I can't page up. Oh. Going with the mouse is slightly painful. A lot of stuff getting loaded in here. All right, can I figure out where you are attached? I can't. Doesn't say it. Well, that's too bad. All right, well, I think, Core, so nice to see you, my friend. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Welcome back. Welcome back. So nice to see you. We're debugging the debugger. Can I search here? Sort by name. Well, happy Thursday to you then, Core. Welcome to the past. I wish I lived in the future. I don't live in the future. Console window host. I'm curious here. Background process. All kinds of what I would almost call random stuff. Unity, Visual Studio, Wavelink, Windows. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm looking for, unfortunately. But now I have enough information that I could potentially write a reasonable bug request. I know how to reproduce the error. And I know a workaround for it, and the workaround's not too bad. All right, so with that said, we're gonna keep going here for a few minutes. We're debugging the debugger. So I've said it 90 times at this point, but essentially, if we switch Unity out of debug mode, you can't switch it back into debug mode. Or it says you can, but you run into an issue. Managed code debugging. Debug C# code in Unity. Yeah, we've looked at this a couple times. But yeah, essentially Core, if we debugception, yeah, so we are able to connect our debugger to Unity, no problem. But if we decide to switch out of so running Unity in debug mode has like a performance cost. It slows things down. The compile times are bigger, so it's a little bit annoying. And so if you're done debugging, there's switch to release mode, and that's fine. Release mode disables C# debugging, but improves C# performance. So it's much faster. Because I was noticing I was getting like 30 to 45 second like times to click run when it would run, and if it's off, it takes about 15 seconds. So it's like 3 times longer. So that isn't in. So I'm assuming that is here. Where's wait for debug? Ooh, this is interesting. Is that in a preference setting, Rave? Wait for where are you finding that manage debugger options? Let me look at that link again. Wait for managed. So this is with yeah. So this is in the Unity player. So in the Unity, this is saying you can attach this to an executable outside of Unity. No, it's in 2021.3. So the Unity player, this would be you are running the program not in like the editor. So if you build it, a developmental build, this would be something that you could like send out to people and say, oh, well, we want you to run it this way so we get the debug information back. So if you had like an alpha or a beta build, you would often do this sort of build. You send it to a user and then you have a logger that's like collecting information and then they send it back to you. So you can like reattach that way. So I don't think this is, I think, and someone correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not a Unity expert by any means. So this might actually be incorrect. Anyway, we're doing pretty good here. I'm not too worried. I'm not too worried about it being an ongoing problem. In fact, I didn't even need the debugger when the start. This just someone was asking, how do you connect the debugger? And I was like, well, this is an issue that I've experienced, and to fix it, I just restarted Unity and it worked, and so that sort of solved the problem. We're stamping it a bug. I think it's a Unity bug, right? So this would be something that I believe it's a Unity bug because it occurs both with VS Code and Visual Studio. I'm assuming it would happen also with Rider if I was able to test in Rider or like IntelliJ. I don't know if there's an IntelliJ thing here, but it seems to be a Unity issue that is caused by switching in and out of debug mode. And my guess is, just based on my intuition, is when you click something like this, it starts up a debug server. And I'm assuming when you turn it off, it turns off that debug server. And when you click it in, it starts up a new debug server that the other things just don't know about. Ooh, here's an idea. Here's how I can test that theory. All right, so maybe it's not a Unity issue. Maybe it's not a Unity issue. So here's what I'm going to try now. I'm going to go into Unity. I'm going to start the debugger. I'm not going to attach. I'm going to disable the debugger, and then I'm going to try to attach to it. So here's my final attempt. Not final attempt, but here's another attempt. All right, so I'm going to start debug mode. Okay, so I've done this before where I switch to debug mode and I know I can attach. So I know I'll be able to attach if I were to do it here. But I'm going to try disabling debug mode here. So it might actually be a bug that's both in Visual Studio Code and Visual Studio, which would be interesting. So the question is, like, can I connect now? I can't. Okay, so I'm 90%, I'm convinced, I've convinced myself that it is in fact a Unity bug. I'm relatively convinced. Where's the debugger? Oh, debug console. Yeah, so I'm relatively convinced it's a Unity bug, but I'm not too worried about it. Okay. All right. So where were we? We've been on this, I think, for a little over an hour. So I apologize for the repetition, but I hope we got it. I hope we got it beat in. Anyone who's rewatching this later, I wish I could go back in time and warn them. All right, the next hour, nothing particularly interesting happens. But that was fun. We did reach our goal for today. That's why I was okay sort of devolving into that. My goal was to fix a bug in the character creation stream, figure out how to serialize our character, and create a town hub scene. I don't know if I'd say debugging is fun, but Yeah, so the bonus I was hoping maybe to get to in this last hour was to start working on equipment and inventory, but I think I'm gonna stop here because I'm almost at the 4 hour mark, right? So I got 7 minutes left till I've been essentially working on this for 4 hours, and I could probably work on this all day long. But I got some things I gotta get ready, gotta get things done. I want to write the next chapter. Phi.exe, don't, no, it's not, well, I guess it is. You were the catalyst. Let's say that you were the catalyst, but I'm happy to have it there. What I would like, if anyone, if you want to help me out, so one of the things I need to do, I don't want, maybe you guys would like watching this. I'm writing this, I'm calling it a book, but I don't know if a book. I'm writing this project for my students to use, which is going to be the whole process of like, how would you build your own RPG project. I would love if anyone is interested to join the Discord and give me some feedback on what I have there already. Feedback is good. So this will help me with my students. I'm going to send a link to this as well. adventurequest.captaincoder.org. This is where I'm putting my project for my students. And I'd love to get any feedback. I've had feedback from a couple people so far, but the more eyes I can get on it before my class starts next week, and we probably won't start on this project until a week after that, the better off I'll be. Also, you might just be interested in learning about how to use Unity. And I think I've done a reasonably, I'm not going to say I've done the best job, but I've done a reasonably good job. And this project is, Jekyll's free. Yeah, Jekyll's open source, Jekyll's free. Jekyll is like the tool I use to make this website. So I like writing in Markdown. So this whole website here, let's see here, open this one. So this, I use Jekyll. Jekyll lets you write Markdown. So this website is written in Markdown. So like the chapters are written in Markdown, and Jekyll provides you with nice things like I can do like includes. I think it's better. I like writing Markdown. Writing in pure HTML is tough. Let's see here. So like I can say, oh, add a table of contents to this page. And it turns it into a static HTML site. That's exactly right. So it turns into a static HTML site. And then it's really easy to publish these on GitHub pages. So I have this. Yeah. So I'm using this. This is like a documentation. Converts it to this. My blog happens to use it too. So I have like the world's worst blog. It uses a different layout, but it works a little bit differently. And then I have it attached to something called Discus, which is like GitHub discussions. And I'll die on the hill before WordPress. No web dev wants to do their own web dev. Yeah. So it's kind of funny. But yeah, so I have like on my blog as well, I use it. I just recently discovered Jekyll, by the way. I'm by no means an expert. I've been using it for like 2 weeks. I did a whole stream. I think there's like a five episode stream where I wanted to make a website. I wanted to make a blog that could take my Markdown and do it. So I actually built a whole website. I built a whole tool in like pure JavaScript and using Firebase as a backend to build like a comment section on a site, and it would generate the site from Markdown. So you could give it a link to some Markdown and it would generate it. But then I discovered Jekyll, and Jekyll's far superior than anything I could probably ever write. So now we have Jekyll, and it's beautiful. I love it. It's highly customizable. Oh yeah, Firebase is totally overkill. It was just a fun, more than anything, it was me trying to see like, can I do this thing? Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna do a sign off here. And sign off. Completed goals 1, 2, and 3. How did I do that? And then I also fixed a bug that was discovered in the Sprite database, which was cool. And then worked on VS Code on debugging the Unity debugger. Discovered some fun things about attaching slash detaching the debugger. Did not start on bonuses. All right, so we're gonna sign off there. Happy Wednesday, everybody. It's still, you know, it's January 4th, but Happy New Year. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow streaming every day this week. And next week, I'm not sure what my schedule is going to be next week, but feel free to pop back. If you're not yet on the Discord, feel free to join the Discord. There's a live stream info channel. If you want to know when I'm going live, just subscribe to that. But have a beautiful day. As always, keep coding, keep growing, and you're welcome back anytime. Bye-bye. Oh, wait. I always forget to do a raid. Someone tell me who to raid. That's fine, someone to raid. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to end so quick. I'm new to Twitch. There's like 10 people here or something, so we might as well do a raid. Also, Malinfit, thank you for the follow. Yeah, let's do a raid to Simple Game Dev. All right, did that work? All right, everyone, please join the raid. We're gonna go check out Simple Game Dev. Say hello to them. All right, we'll give it just a second here. See who people join. Sorry, I didn't do it sooner. But we're gonna go ahead and do that raid and have a beautiful day. Everyone. Thank you so much again for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Bringing into rates today. Let me move this. I think the light in my room kind of sucks today. Or it's just because I'm wearing a white shirt, the camera is not adding brightness automatically.